House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from the Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Morning, members. Last Saturday, we had a word for the day that I think some of you thought it was shenanigans. That was not the word for the day. I do care about how you go about your business. You know I'm not here for policy. I don't promote policy, deal with policy, but I care about how you go about making policy, and that's what I'm praying for. And so today, I'd like to pray about empathy. This is a challenging space. I understand that, and not empathy at the expense of truth, but just want to focus upon how we go about making the laws for our state. So please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we do come before you today acknowledging just the weighty responsibility that you've entrusted to the members of this legislature. In a time of diverse opinions and passionate convictions, we need and seek your guidance to be able to navigate the differences with grace and understanding. So we ask that in our disagreements, help us to not see adversaries, but fellow servants that are striving for the common good here in Texas. As someone has said, please let empathy be the bridge that connects our hearts even when our minds diverge. In moments of tension, grant us the wisdom to seek unity without compromising truth. We pray for a spirit of collaboration where mutual respect prevails over partisanship and where the collective aim is to please you and to seek the flourishing of every Texan in this state. It's in your Son, Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Angie Chinbutton of Dallas County to lead us to the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Good morning, members. Please join me to pledge our allegiance to the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, the most beautiful, wonderful state in the nation, Texas. I protect the flag. I pledge allegiance to these Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Ms. Simmons because of important business on motion of Mr. Jones of Dallas. Please excuse Representative Schofield because of illness on motion of Representative Schaffner. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Members, the chair is pleased to recognize Pastor Abbott J. McCullum from First Baptist Church of Hillsboro as the pastor of the day. Members, join me in welcoming our pastor of the day. Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral of bills to the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Is Mr. Harris on the floor of the House?
The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Stephen Ramirez from Round Rock as Doctor of the Day. Members, please join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day. Correction, members. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Obi from Manville, Texas, as our Doctor of the Day. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Obi. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session pursuant to their committee postings or recess motions. And for purposes of this motion, committees and subcommittees scheduled to meet or reconvene today upon final adjournment or recess or during bill referral, if permission is granted, are authorized to convene upon adoption by the House of today's adjournment motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair has none, so ordered. Mr. Leach for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence to meet while the House is in session today at 12:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Mr. Shaheen for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Elections to meet while the House is in session today at 12 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Ms. Perez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Transportation to meet while the House is in session today at 3 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence will meet today at 12:30 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Elections will meet today at 12 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Transportation will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolution. The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 863.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 863 by Ashby in memory of former State Representative James R. Pitts of Waxahachie.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I rise to pay great respect to honor the life and the legacy of Jim Pitts, a distinguished former member of this House, a devoted public servant, a true statesman who passed away on July 20th of last year. Jim Pitts served the people of House District 10 with honor and dedication for 22 years, beginning in 1993. His tenure in this chamber was marked by steady leadership, fiscal responsibility, and a deep commitment to the people of Ellis, Hill, and later Henderson counties. Born in Dallas on January the 1st, New Year's Day, 1947, Jim was the younger of identical twins, his brother John, who is up in the gallery today. He grew up, of course, with strong family values. After graduating from Jesuit High School, he attended Southern Methodist University, where he earned his BBA, MBA, and law degree. Jim married Evelyn Eastham of Waxahachie in 1971, and together they raised 3 wonderful children, Duffy, Ashley, and Ryan, who join us on the dais behind me here today. Before his time in the legislature, Jim gave back locally, serving for 14 years on the Waxahachie ISD Board of Trustees, including several stints as president. He also served as president of the Waxahachie Chamber of Commerce Board, was named the Outstanding Citizen of Waxahachie, and it lent his leadership to organizations like the Sims Library, the Presbyterian Children's Services, and Baylor Scott and White Medical Board. In the House, as many of you know, Jim was known as a master of the budget and a respected member of the House Appropriations Committee, which he chaired during multiple sessions. Under 3 different speakers, Jim helped lead this body with skill and fairness, making him one of Texas Monthly's 10 best legislators in 2005, 2009, and 2013. Jim was a statesman who understood that good government starts with listening. He stayed accessible to his constituents, and he worked hand in hand with his constituents, always putting the needs of his district first. Outside of public life, Jim was a devoted father and grandfather, a gracious host, and a true friend. His family, his community, and this house are better for having known him. I'm going to ask his friends and family in the gallery if they would stand. And members, I hope you will join me in honoring the memory of Representative Jim Pitts, who gave so much to this state and whose legacy will endure in these halls and across Texas forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor, and I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to speak in favor of the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I wanted to just say a few words because we got here together. We're in the same class. Jim was a wonderful, wonderful friend, and I always called him Jimmy. Once he told me his Christian name was actually Jimmy and Johnny. And he said, but I can't be called Jimmy, you know. I'm grown up. But he was a wonderful guy to work with, positive attitude all the time, did a tremendous job throughout his career, but especially, of course, when he chaired the Appropriations Committee. And, you know, I was his vice chairman, and not his vice chair, I worked with him as his vice chairman, and I'd go up to him and ask him to fund something that, you know, I thought was important. He said, we don't have any money. I said, well, Jimmy, we got $200 billion. That's a start. I mean, it's something. But he really did make it a point to work with everyone. It didn't matter who you were, what part of the state you were from. He had a great deal of respect for all of us, always treated everybody in such a positive way. He was really a role model for what you ought to be as a legislator. And so I was very sad when he passed away. We love you, Jimmy, and we miss you.
Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just want to offer a quick word about my friend Jim Pitts. In my old neighborhood, Jim would have been described as a mensch. Just like a terrific, good person. And you can always tell the measure of a man by how he treats people that can do absolutely nothing to help him. And that was Jim Pitts. Jim Pitts would seek you out as a freshman on this floor. The chairman of appropriations members, he would come find you as a freshman, and he'd look you right in the eye. He'd tell you that you mattered, and then he'd ask you, how can I help you be successful this session? Didn't matter what party you were in. Didn't matter what part of the state you were from. He wanted to connect with you as a human being. So in addition to being very brilliant on the budget, to having just a lovely way about him, he had a very, very high emotional IQ. And he understood that what makes this place work are the people. And he invested in the people. And he made you feel like you were his best friend. He made you feel like you mattered. And he made you feel like he cared about your constituents as much as you did. What an incredible guy. What an incredible legislator, and what an incredible Texan. God bless Jim Pitts.
Mr. Ashby to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Mr. Guerin moves to add all members' names. Is there objection? The chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Guerin for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have good news today. Ms. Gervin Hawkins is scheduled to be released from the hospital this afternoon. She's doing much better, and today she was worried about her red lipstick. So we'll welcome her back hopefully tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1126, recognizing the 50th anniversary of Leadership Dallas.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none and the rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 1126 by Anchia, welcoming the Leadership Dallas class of 2025 to the state capitol and commemorating the 50th anniversary of the program.
Mr. Anchia to explain the resolution.
Thank you, and I'd like to welcome to the front dais all of our friends and neighbors from Dallas, whether you're a Leadership Dallas alum, a Leadership Dallas admirer, or just Leadership Dallas adjacent. We want to have you here to celebrate this momentous occasion. Today is a great day to celebrate the impact on civic engagement and leadership in North Texas. Founded in 1975 by the Dallas Regional Chamber of Commerce, Leadership Dallas is one of our region's premier leadership development programs designed to build a stronger Dallas through education, connection, and most importantly, public service. Each year, a class of about 55 emerging leaders from diverse industries and backgrounds is selected to participate in a 10-month program that takes a deep dive into the most pressing issues facing our community, including healthcare, public policy, education, criminal justice, economic development, and the arts. As a proud Leadership Dallas graduate from 1998 and 1999, I have seen that over the past 50 years, more than 2,300 graduates have completed this transformative program, and many have gone on to serve on local boards and commissions, and even elected officials across our region. And I'm proud, I'm very, very proud to have served in that 1998-1999 class. In fact, it was one of my Leadership Dallas classmates, John DeLander, who tugged at my shirt one day and encouraged me to run for office. He said, "There's an open seat on the school board." We were at a breakfast where one of my political godfathers, Ron Kirk, was talking directly to Leadership Dallas alumni and members and saying, "You know what? You need to run for public office." And when John tugged at my shirt and said, "Now is the time, there's an open opportunity on the school board," I was moved to run. And over 24 years later, I have had the extreme good fortune of representing our community in elected public service. So today, we're honored to be joined by representatives of the Leadership Dallas class of 2025, and also some alumni who serve our communities daily. If you would please rise to be recognized, I am going to say your names. So in the Leadership Dallas class of 2025, we have Amber Scanlon of PNC Bank, we have Gabe Belt of BGSF, Amy Lott of Barnes & Thornburg, Julio Flores of Regional Hispanic Contractors Association, Colleen Martindale from McCarthy, Tamara Reddick Cottrell of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, Ben McGill of Dallas College, Dom Haskett is a private equity Farol Asset Management, Jim Cudahy, Moss & Associates, and the Dallas Regional Chamber team, Rebecca Chanel, Jack Nyland, Elizabeth Caudle McLean, Olympia Newman. Ladies and gentlemen, members, people in the gallery, help me in recognizing the 50th anniversary of Leadership Dallas. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none and the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to take a moment to recognize a special group of visitors on the right side of the gallery joining us today for Falun Dafa Day at the Texas Capitol. Falun Dafa, also known as Falun Gong, is a peaceful spiritual practice centered on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. These are values that speak to the heart of individual liberty and human dignity, principles we cherish here in Texas. Although they are heavily persecuted in places like China, In Texas, here they are free, and we welcome them to our state and to our community, and we are grateful for their many contributions. We welcome the Falun Dafa practitioners and commend their commitment to spiritual discipline, peaceful living, and the defense of religious freedom. Please join me in recognizing and welcoming to them to our capital, their capital today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1124, recognizing May 13, 2025 as General Federation of Women's Club of Texas Day at the State Capitol.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 1124 by Guillen, recognizing May 13, 2025 as General Federation of Women's Clubs of Texas Day at the State Capitol.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, since 1890, the General Federation of Women's Clubs of Texas has been working to improve lives and strengthen communities across our state. Through volunteer service, leadership, and education, their members have played an active role in advancing causes that matter, everything from education and healthcare to supporting families and promoting civic responsibility. The Federation's roots go back to a movement that began with 61 women's clubs, claimed together with a shared vision to make a greater impact. That spirit of unity and purpose continues today throughout their statewide programs and local chapters. For more than a century, the women of GFWC Texas have shown what it means to lead with purpose, give back with humility, and serve with heart. Their efforts represent the very best of Texas values, community, commitment, and service above self. Please stand if you're a part of GFWC. Thank you for being here, and welcome to your Texas Capitol. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to recognize a few distinguished folks from my district that are up there. Will y'all wave? We first have Novella Bird of Cotula. She is the state president-elect for the organization. And then we also have Tissa Peterson. Tissa is from my hometown. We're very good friends, her and her late husband, James, very involved in the community. 4-H leaders were my 4-H leaders. Tissa was my elementary school and junior high picture memory coach. And both her and her husband were amazing leaders in the community. They help youth on a volunteer basis. She's an amazing person. Everybody loves her in our community, and she's been an amazing asset for Rio Grande City and Stark County. And standing next to her is her daughter, Lori. Lori and her husband, Javi, are dear friends of mine and my wife's. And great to have you all here, and thank you all for what you do for our community and for what you do for this organization.
Ms. Villalobos to close.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules, take up and consider House Resolution 888.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 888 by Buckley, congratulating the Salado High School boys soccer team on winning the 2025 UIL 4A Division I state championship.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we recognize the Salado High School men's soccer team on winning a state championship title. Led by coaches Jared Crudis, Matt Figelstaller, and Scott Bates, the Salado men's soccer team excelled during their regular season and playoffs to avenge a 2024 semifinals loss against Castleberry High School to win the 4A state championship. Sorry, Charlie Guerin. That's his district. In an incredible overtime victory, the Eagles were led by Luke Anderson, who was the championship game MVP, and Houston Taggart, Kane Crutus, Devontae Foster, and Luke Munson were named on the all-tournament team. Members in the gallery with us today are the coaches, players, and Salado ISD Superintendent, my friend, Dr. Michael Novotny. Would you all please stand to be recognized? Members, thank you for that, and I know you join me in congratulating this accomplished group of young men who have accomplished a once-in-a-lifetime goal. And Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Dyson for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please join me in welcoming some students from Jones Elementary School in Bryan. Joining us are Oscar Benavides. Oscar, please stand. Oscar serves on the Jones announcement crew, planning and delivering the daily news to all 725 students and 50 staff members. He's also an active member of the Jones STEM Club, has participated in the district-wide robotics expo. Oscar's favorite subject in school is math, and he aspires to be a Latino pop singer when he grows up. Also joining us is Jakayla Robinson. Jakayla has served on the announcement crew. Her expert and lively efforts have gained her many compliments from her teachers and administration. Jakayla is both a campus and district student ambassador and has actively worked to inspire other young students to show respect to others and to be good citizens. Her favorite subject in school is math, and she has aspirations to be a singer and a police officer. Please welcome Jakayla. Also joining us is Marlon Sid. Marlon came to Jones this year from Zacatecas, Mexico, and is participating in the Bryan ISD New Arrival Center. Since becoming a Jones Panther, she has excelled academically as well in her leadership skills. Her favorite subject is math, and her favorite part about attending school in Texas is the time and quality of instruction she receives from all her teachers. Marlon aspires to be a doctor when she grows up. They are also joined by Dr. Alma Velez, Jones Elementary School principal, and their counselor, Ellen Crawford. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to your state capitol.
Mr. Verdell for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to wait till Mr. Alders gets here real quick. There he is. So I just want to take a moment to recognize that we have a lot of homeschoolers that are here today in the Capitol, many of them from the Hill Country, but also several of us have been involved in homeschooling. So Representative Alders' kids are up there, Representative Money's kids are up there. If y'all will go ahead and stand up real quick, show your homeschooling pride. We're grateful that y'all came to the Capitol to see how this works, and thank y'all very much for being here, and welcome to your Capitol. Y'all have a good day. Thank y'all.
Ms. Button for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, Economic Development to meet White House in session today at 12 o'clock in room 1W14 Agricultural Museum to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development will meet today at 12 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. Members, yesterday, Ms. Thompson gave one legislative day's notice to call from the Journal the motion to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 4279 by Yvonne Davis failed to pass. The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson at this time to call from the Journal the motion to reconsider House Bill 4279.
Mr. Speaker and members, pursuant to Rule 7, Section 43 and 44, I call from the Journal the motion to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 4279 failed to pass. House Bill 4279 is a bill by Representative Yvonne Davis relating to the delivery of unclaimed property to certain urban scholarship funds.
Members, the motion to reconsider House Bill 4279 is now before the House. Is there objection to the motion to reconsider? The chair hears none, and the motion to reconsider prevails. Members, House Bill 4279 is now before the House on third reading. The chair recognizes Ms. Yvonne Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I appreciate this opportunity to bring 4279 back to you. House Bill 4279 is a bill for the Urban Scholarship Program. The state of Texas in 1997 had a relationship with the companies who agreed to support an urban scholarship and a rural scholarship. Those funds were going to be given to nonprofits to provide scholarships for students in their respective areas. If they were urban, they're getting money from those phone companies, which this one applies to, have unclaimed money at the comptroller's office. It never exceeds, in fact, it's limited. The funds are limited based on what's available that the rural scholarship plan is. The difference here is, the reason we're bringing this back to the legislature is that the companies are now being run in some instances by investment bankers versus the community folks that are running a rural scholarship program. And they are not providing the funds to the urban scholarship in a timely manner, so the nonprofits cannot commit to students so that the students would be able to know if they're going to get scholarships. This is not new. This is something that's been in place. We're just trying to stabilize it so that the urban scholarship fund will be as organized and controlled as the rural scholarship program. That's all we're doing. It's not anything new. We're not taking anybody's money. If they have unclaimed money, it will be given to them. There's nothing different other than we're trying to put in some dates so that the scholarship program can manage it. They can't commit to students if the funds are not there. And so this is to stabilize that. Members, I'd ask you to realize that this is about saving, giving kids that little bit of bounce. This is not the A students and the honor students. They have scholarship programs. These are for kids that are B students, C students. They go to the schools or the institutions. It can be a four-year university. It can be community college. It can be a trade school. But that's all this does. And again, this goes directly to the institutions to make a difference for kids. That's the bump. So many of them need to stay in school. And I ask for your favorable consideration.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4279. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 57 nays, House Bill 4279 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4 by Buckley, relating to the assessment of public school students, public school accountability and actions, and proceedings challenging the operations of the public school system.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. This is House Bill 4, historic change in assessment and accountability for the state of Texas. This is good for kids, it's good for teachers, and it's great for parents. This is not less accountability, it's smarter accountability, and I believe there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the amendment.
First and foremost, I want to thank Chairman Buckley for being a rock star and really addressing our assessment issues in our schools. And I really commend HB4 and all the work that the committee has done. My amendment is a pretty simple amendment, members. As we know, when we roll out accountability systems, we have lots of things to learn about. We did do some parts of this yesterday, but just as a full stop, what my amendment does is holds our schools harmless, meaning that while we implement our new assessment system, the high stakes and punitive portions of the accountability system will be not enacted because inevitably we will have to work out the kinks. I am in support of the intention of the new test, but also recognize that the bill is asking one test to do a lot of things, and that we are rolling out that test in a very expedited time frame, which we are grateful for. We very much want HB4 and the aim of instructionally supportive testing to be successful, and the best chance for that to happen is for parents and teachers to be fully able to embrace it without worrying about how it will impact things like their jobs, school closures, or district takeovers. This is not asking to curtail reporting in any way. The amendment does not stop districts or campuses from having to report testing data, accountability ratings, What it does do is it takes the high stakes off that data. In addition to being appropriate while we roll out an entirely new system and largely developed system, this seems particularly appropriate in having prioritized a time frame where parents go to direct public dollars without any part of the state accountability system impacting that expenditure. This brings a measure of parity where we provide parent data and TEA can take action on it as we see fit. We want educators and parents to have the freedom to fully embrace HB4. This amendment will give them that and ultimately serve our students. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gomez, for what purpose?
would the doctor yield for some questions?
The lady yield for questions.
Always to
The
Representative
lady
Gomez.
yields.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. I want to begin by thanking Chairman Buckley and yourself for your work on this matter. I've gotten a lot of calls from the district in strong support of this who are grateful for the work that the chairman has done. I want to begin by asking, why is it important to address this hold harmless issue? Could you explain a bit what that is?
Yeah, so it's for 3 reasons. One is we want parents and educators not to feel anxiety when we're implementing a new assessment system. So by holding them harmless without saying, I know what I mean is taking away the high stakes, we still get all the data, we still get to do what we need to do to make sure students are growing, but it does change that. And so that's the first reason. The second reason.
Are we not holding schools accountable anymore? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're going to hold them accountable, but without the punitive aspects of accountability, where
Okay.
school takeovers or school closures. It's really hard. We're going to put a whole new system, but if we're implementing a new system, there might be some kinks. We shouldn't close schools down because we're working through some kinks.
Okay, phenomenal. Thank you so much for answering that question, and thank you for your work on this.
Thank you, Representative Gomez. And again, we really do thank Chairman Buckley.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Of course.
The lady yields.
So, a couple questions here. So I'm trying to look through your amendment. I just pulled it up. We're currently in the process of looking at Fort Worth ISD right now due to years of bad outcomes, you name it. Just to be clear, this would hold harmless any school, like no matter what, till 2028 if they had terrible standards, terrible testing outcomes. Is that correct?
It would allow for the punitive aspects, so the school closures or district takeovers, but we would still know if a school was struggling.
But just to be clear, like in the situation of Fort Worth ISD, where we've got the TEA looking at it right now of, do we need a district takeover because of years of failed grades, years of terrible outcomes? This would keep us from taking action on those schools until after 2028, or those years until from here to 2028 would not be able to be used against them. Is that correct?
The first years of implementation. So first of all, I'm unfamiliar with Fort Worth ISD and what's happening, so I don't want to speak specifically to that. But I will say that if a current school district is under review, that review would still continue. It's only for the years of implementation. So if you read line 7, it starts with the next school year, not this current school year.
So just to be clear, let's say that I believe there has to be 5 consecutive years in order for some TEA to consider a takeover where there's a failed school. Let's say that it was Houston ISD, and we know what's taken place there. And let's say that this bill would go into effect with a district like Houston ISD this year, even though they needed the 5 consecutive years, would be a grace year, which would start over the entire period that they would have to now fail in order for the state to take action. Is that correct?
First of all, I do worry at the Houston ISD takeover. has not been what should have happened. So I'll just make that commentary since we're bringing it up. But I will say that this bill would not impact previous scores. It would just hold harmless for the new system.
No, I understand what you're saying. My concern is that you need consecutive years in order for the state to take action. So if we give a grace year right now, then that would disrupt those consecutive years, correct?
That's a good question. I'll be fully transparent. I am not sure, but happy to amend to think about how we can make sure and maybe the amendment to the amendment is something like, if you're already under review, your scores are still considered for foreclosure. Like if you're in your 4th year, we don't hold you harmless because you have been under review. You're on the verge of being reviewed, and I'm happy to accept that amendment to the amendment.
Okay. Well, would you be? Well, we've got to draft it right now. So I mean, I don't like the amendment. Period. I think that this is not going to allow us to truly hold people accountable in this process. And so I just want to get it on the record right now before we take any action that this is going to, as written, disrupt our ability to hold districts accountable for failed educational outcomes. That's right.
So let me
Correct?
also, I appreciate your transparency. I'll be transparent as well. I like my amendment, but honestly, it was a quick conversation. Chairman Buckley's not going to take it, so we can just vote the amendment up or down. I do think that we should have
Fair
a
enough.
conversation about we're implementing a new system. If it doesn't work out, should we close down schools? And I think that's a fair conversation. And we can disagree on that, but I don't think that's wrong in either way.
Thank you, Representative.
I move adoption.
Dr. Buckley, in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and I appreciate the thoughtful conversation and for Dr. Gonzalez coming to me early this morning to talk about this issue. And let me just set the stage for why I'm going to oppose this amendment. House Bill 4 has been a bill that we've worked on with education leaders across the state, from local school districts that have 300 kids to districts that have 180,000 kids. We've all been in the room talking about this, and one of the things that our school leaders want to know is that they want this body to know is that they will embrace accountability. And it is time, given the pause and accountability that we had during COVID, it's time after the lawsuit for us to restore an accountability system, and we can do that. And when we talk about these assessments, the types of assessments that House Bill 4 calls for are the type of assessments kids are already taking today. We're simply using them now in a more integrated way with our accountability system, and for that reason, I respectfully oppose this amendment.
Ms. Gonzalez to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. Members, it's a quick conversation about whether or not when we implement a new assessment system, we should hold our schools harmless, and I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
would the lady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Of course,
The
Chairman.
lady yields.
For the chairman.
Now, your amendment, I'm trying to understand it, but it says that it would hold harmless schools for what?
So we would still get all the accountability data. We would still do the accountability system. I think what Chairman Buckley has proposed for the body is amazing, and we're really grateful that we're going to have this shift from the STAR test to a new accountability system. But what it will say is while we roll out this new system, that we take away the punitive aspects of accountability. So for example, school closures and district takeovers specifically.
Well, let me talk to you about the word takeover. And you're aware of the Houston
Yes,
Independent School District. And you're still calling that a takeover? Is that what it is?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, I'm not so sure it was a takeover. Why do you consider it a takeover?
I mean, I think that's the common word that was used when TEA took over HISD and implemented a new governing system.
Well, no, but TEA didn't take over the system. It was more like a handover. because the school district failed to comply with the law and failed to educate students. And so as a consequence, when they didn't do that, it became a handover to the state, not a takeover.
Okay.
Thank you.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. I'll give you time to get to your seats. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting nay. Show Mr. Hefner voting nay. Show Ms. Leah Wilson voting nay. Have all voted. There being 62 ayes, 81 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Please excuse Ms. Caroline Fairley because of important family business on a motion of Dr. Buckley. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against House Bill 4? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of
Will the gentleman
clarifying
yield for
questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. What can administrators expect if HB4 passes as far as changes in their testing for their students? We talked a little bit yesterday about there being sort of an entrance exam for placement, like a midway exam to make sure that they're learning what they're supposed to learn, I think I heard you say. And then I think there's an assessment at the end of the school year to determine passage. Is that to determine passage to the next grade level?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Nothing changes in law about moving on or being promoted.
So what can administrators expect if they're no longer doing STAR testing, which I'm sure they're going to be very thankful to you and relieved, what can they expect as far as assessment for their children?
They can expect the opportunity to use norm reference tests, many designed very similar or exactly like tests they're currently using. Use these assessments for multiple purposes to measure student growth from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, and also to be able to make sure that these TEKS-aligned standards are mastered at a level that is important to each student.
And is that something that each school district is going to design themselves?
Well, there is a portion of the accountability system that a school district is kind of a local option, but we prescribe certain indicators there that's basically in current law now, but we put them in statute to make sure that they are valid and reliable so that districts can have a component of that accountability system to be local indicators.
So is that from the State Board of Education, the Texas State Board of Education, that puts out sort of, I think what you're saying is like perimeters for them to then design the tests for their students?
No, it's not about that. It's that the state designs the test based upon what's prescribed in the bill. And it's norm referenced, it's TEKS aligned, it's similar to MAP testing, if you will, so that we want to reduce the number of days that our teachers are having to
teach to the test.
Yes, exactly, to teach to the test.
Got it. And we did touch on takeovers a little bit. How do you see this bill, if you do, at all impacting or not impacting that possibility in the future? Because obviously every school district is a little concerned about it. HISD is the largest school district in Texas, and it was taken over. I have to disagree with my good friend Harold Dutton, because out of a school district that has 284 schools and the average grade was a B+ across the district, and with less than 10 schools having difficulty achieving the scoring system and the goalposts being changed midway during COVID, all of those factors, we don't feel like it was justified. But back to my question.
Okay. All right, so here's what I believe. This bill does not really engage on whether or not a district receives a board of managers or not. But what it does, it provides for assessments that are more instructionally relevant and actionable. which will allow our teachers to have more real-time information to make those instructional changes to help kids achieve. And when more kids achieve and are successful, that leads me to the conclusion you should have fewer boards of managers, that we'll have an environment that's more directed around instruction, not simply around assessment.
Okay, good. Well, I do hope it prevents other school districts from being taken over, so I appreciate
I do too, because I want all kids to be achieving at a high level, and if that's happening, then boards of managers and takeovers will never happen.
Good. Okay, thank you for your bill.
Absolutely.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I'll yield for
The gentleman
questions.
yields.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. I've had a lot of people reach out to me asking me to vote for House Bill 4, and I plan to. I love the idea of taking the high stakes out of our testing.
Yes.
You know, people agree we need accountability, but the high stakes is just too much pressure on our students, and it takes too much time away from better activities. But I'm curious and wonder if you can answer the question of what will it take to get this bill passed in the Senate?
Well, it's going to take what it always takes, a lot of hard work and visiting with our Senate colleagues about how important it is. I've already had those discussions. I think as always, there are different opinions, but I believe this. I believe that it is consistent throughout this chamber and the chamber to the east that one test, one day is not the future for Texas. And that a system that measures growth throughout a year using norm reference tests that are TEKS aligned is a better model that informs instruction better and leads to better student outcomes.
Well, and if they need another reason to vote for this bill over in the Senate, I would say that a lot of teachers have left the profession. We talk a lot about teacher retention, and I think part of it is because they have to spend so much time on a task that they probably don't see as being very useful. So I think another reason that the Senate should be considering is teacher retention. Thank you so much.
You bet, I agree. This is House Bill 4. I move final passage.
Sorry.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Just one question.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about on background why you put in a section that said school districts couldn't sue TEA when it came to the assessment system?
Well,
the only reason I ask this is because, you know, there has been conversations about things changing when we're out of session, and the TA commissioner sometimes does things that maybe we didn't vote for, and the only recourse for our school districts is the judicial system. And so, especially if we're not in session, why would we take away that potential tool that is a checks and balance to our TA commissioner?
Well, this bill before you today does not preclude that. This bill allows for a legal proceedings to occur with an expedited result. I'll let the lawyers in the room refresh me of what that's called, a writ of some kind, maybe. But it's a 60-day turnaround for that. And I think that's really important. And the bill also prescribes in very clear language, and the perfecting amendment even tightened it up more, that any changes in indicators are written requests from the TEA to the legislature to make those changes. So I believe it speaks to both of what you've brought up today.
I appreciate your work on this. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Ms. Plessa, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for some
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions? Gentleman
So right before, I wasn't going to come up here, but I'm really inspired by this young constituent that came to my office a couple of weeks ago, and he came to lobby me on doing away with the STAR test. And he had his talking points, he had his little one-pager, and, he kept talking about his anxiety, the depression, the focus on this one test, and what it did to him and his colleagues. And so I know this bill is going to pass the House, I know it's going to pass the Senate, and I know it's going to get signed by the governor. And I know that a bunch of kids in Texas are going to be very happy when they hear this news. So, Chairman, what is your message to the children of Texas when we tell them that we have done away with the STAR test?
Help is on the way.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you very much. I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bernal voting aye. Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all voted. There being 143 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 4 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 46. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 46 by King, relating to the medical use of low THC cannabis under the administration of the Texas Compassionate Use Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 46 expands the Teacup program by adding more licenses, up to 15. It shortens the time frame for the licenses to be approved. It adds qualifying conditions like palliative care and hospice for terminal patients. Members, I appreciate your support on this. Teacup is certainly a veteran priority, and they're taken care of in this bill as well. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 46. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all voted? There being 122 ayes, 21 nays, House Bill 46 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3221. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3221 by Tepper, relating to certain employer contributions to the teacher retirement system of Texas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is that charter school TRS retirement fund bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3221. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all voted? There being 116 ayes, 24 nays, House Bill 3221 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1403. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1403 by Harris, relating to the collection and confidentiality of information regarding weapons and agency foster homes, creating a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This House Bill 1403 is a firearm notice bill for foster parents, and I move passage unless there are any questions.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields.
I apologize. I know this is not your layout. I just have some quick legislative intent questions.
Sure.
Is this legislation intended to prevent HHSC from upholding their current minimum standards required by law, by federal law, for the safety standards of foster
No,
homes?
it does not at all. HHSC doesn't require any of this information right now at all by the state.
Okay. And as a part of the current foster home application, you are required to disclose what kind of weapons you have in the home as a safety concern, whether those weapons are secured, whether they're locked, and
Correct.
whether ammunition is readily available. Is CPS, is DFPS going to continue? Would they be able to continue asking those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And it is not the intent of this bill to prevent that?
No, the intent of this bill is to not have third-party, the intent of this legislation is to not allow third-party individuals to have serial numbers, to have private information from Texas citizens that could be released out to someone else without their knowledge. And also currently the state of Texas does not mandate that any of this at all is even within HHSC. It's not even a part of HHSC's adoption. This is not a part of anyone else. This is just individual third-party people who are currently taking this information, and we're trying to protect people's information on this one for safety reasons as well as safety concerns and data.
So, to be clear, the legislative intent of this bill is not to affect anything in the application process or standards of safety within the home. It is purely about data that they should not be collecting in the first place.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I move to reduce the writing and place it in journal our conversation on this bill.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Manuel to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1403. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. You did great. You did great. Have all voted? There being 107 ayes, 36 nays, House Bill 1403 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3892. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3892 by Bell of Montgomery, relating to county regulation of subdivision setbacks.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as amended,
House Bill 3892 is clean up to Chapter 232.101, or Chapter 232, and it adds a setback provision.
Mr. Speaker.
Move passage.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
We yield for
The
questions.
gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Bell. I did want you to continue on. I just didn't want you to move passage prior to me being able to ask you some questions. You were about to explain the amendment, the Vasud amendment yesterday. Could you continue so I could understand the bill a little further, how it's changed?
So the Vasud amendment, which was laid out pretty extensively yesterday, we could go back through. But effectively, what it does is it, if you start on page 1 of the bill, it strikes infrastructure planning on line 2, strikes adding, easier way to say it, it changes current statute to add on line 9, including section 232.104, and strike line 13 placement. Moving to page 2 of the bill, it makes no change to current statute. Line 3 of the bill, line 16, or page 3 of the bill, line 16, page 2 changes to insert county in front of the word roads. Line 6 on page 2 adds subchapter A, chapter 232. Line 18 adds establishing building or setbacks. Line 1, page 3 adds subchapter B. Line 7 to page 3 adds fronting. Line 8 adds state or county roads. And line 10 and line 11 of section 4 add established by order building or setback lines on the side of county lots. And there's a renumbering. And then line 14, page 3 adds county and strikes the term public, and also adds adds state to major highways and county to roads. And then on line 10, it adds, on subsection 3, it adds that it's 10 feet of setback. That's what the amendment does.
Yep. So let me just, to understand this correctly, Chairman Bell, this is now a statewide application, correct?
It was always a statewide application.
For all counties?
Yes, sir.
So this is only in the counties, this is not in municipalities, correct?
Has nothing to do with
Okay. On, I'm just going to read from the bill. So this would allow for, in the county, no regulation in terms of number of lots that could be built per acre. So if you wanted to build 2,500 square foot lots, you could on account in the county under your bill, correct? The county could establish no regulation for number of lots per acre, correct?
That's under current statute. The amendment strikes any language that the bill might have originally contained. It goes back to current statute.
It also, on page 2, it says road access to a plat, so you cannot regulate access to a development. So in this case, you could potentially have a really, really dense community that's developed with only one single point of egress or ingress. Is that not a concern for you that on a county road or a state road, you might have a backup during like school hours where because you didn't allow for connectivity and only one point of entrance? Is that something that you considered, given that this is in the county, which is likely going to be on a county road or a state road? Is that something you considered?
The Vasud amendment removes all of those languages.
So under this bill,
so under the bill as amended, that's not even in the bill any longer.
well, it has not been stricken. It is on page 2. So it would be, a commissioner's court shall not regulate under this section road access to a plat or subdivision in an adjoining county. So even if there was a subdivision that's being developed right next to another one, that county could not request that you connect the two subdivisions, thus allowing a community to move from one subdivision to another. Is that not good policy for our state to ensure that a neighborhood doesn't just have one point of egress and ingress?
I'd be happy to look at the amended bill with you, but that is not in the amended bill.
I'm looking at your amended version here now.
Okay, because the Massoud amendment specifically strikes what is section that you're referring to, which is, find the section. Section
It's on page 2.
Which is page 2 of the bill, line 5 of the original bill is struck, and line 6 of the original bill is struck. Line 7 of the bill, or line B1 is struck, line 1 is struck, line 2 is struck of section 1. So all those things are not in the bill.
Can I come down and show you what I have? Can you delay for a few moments? I want to make sure. That's one of my biggest concerns here. All over our counties and small county roads, where you have a development that's being built with one egress and ingress, I think that creates a very dangerous situation. We take 5 minutes to make sure that this has been addressed.
I believe Vice Chair Zwiener will show that to you.
Give me 1 second.
Mr. Bell for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to postpone House Bill 3892 until 11:40 a.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4234. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4234 by Schaffner, relating to a requirement that a student's post-secondary transcript include the average or median grade awarded in each class.
The chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill that requires the average grade of the class be printed on students' transcripts along with the grade they've received in class. Greater transparency, no fiscal note, does not grow government. I move.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for
The lady yields for
questions.
questions.
Yes, sir.
Lady yields.
Thank you, Representative. I wanted to ask you yesterday about this bill, but I didn't get a chance to. So, as I understand it, your bill requires a college or university in our state, a public college or university, to, on a student's transcript, put the next to the grade they received, the average, or in the case of letter grade, the median grade of everyone for that class. Is that
Correct.
what it is?
If a transcript is needed, requested, yes.
Okay.
Not for every single semester, et cetera.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Meaning just if a student requires a transcript for a graduate program
Right.
or to go into a different undergraduate program, then the median grade of the class would be
Okay.
requested.
Okay. Now, so I guess my basic question is, what is the problem we're trying to solve with
Well,
the bill?
there's two problems. First of all, if you are a student with a very high grade and the median grade of the class is very high, you know that's a very competitive, that tells undergraduate and graduate programs that's a very competitive class. If it's also a grade, maybe it's an 85, for instance, but the median grade's a 65, you know that that student actually did very well in that class.
Okay. My understanding is there were some concerns raised about grade inflation, and this is a way to address that. Is that right, or is that not your goal?
That's some concern, but that just partial.
Okay. Do you know, is there any feedback from our institutions of higher education with respect to implementing this? Is it going to be, cumbersome for them to do this, or cause additional workload for administration?
Our feedback is that it's not a problem.
Okay. All right. Is there any concern that by doing this, if someone receives an A in a class, and perhaps there's just a lot of overachievers in that class, and so a lot of students received A's, that it could somehow diminish, unintentionally, inadvertently diminish that student's individual accomplishment, just only by virtue of the fact that they were with a lot of other high-achieving students who also received A's.
Sure, I'm sure there's opportunity to be able to, expand on that if that's the case, if the appearance of it makes it looks like it's an easy A, so to speak. However, that's up to the individual student if he wants to do that with a graduate program or explain more, or if necessary.
So the solution there, if that was a problem, would be that the student would then need to explain to the graduate program they're applying to, hey, yes, I get the average grade was an A, but
yeah,
here's
if asked, if requested, that's hypothetical. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I move passage.
Please excuse Ms. Gervin Hawkins because of an illness on a motion of Mr. Guerin. Is there objection? The chair has none. So ordered. The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4234. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 50 nays, House Bill 4234 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 722. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 722 by Busey, relating to the disclosure of appraisal methods by automobile insurers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 722 would require auto insurance providers to disclose upon request the materials used to determine a total loss evaluation, and I move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
So, Representative Busey, I'm on the Insurance Committee, and I recall you laying out this bill. But I know that in the past there have been some issues where an insurer has totaled a car, but the car owner has really felt like that wasn't the appropriate outcome. Would your bill address that situation?
Yeah, this is just simple transparency. So if you want to request how they evaluated the car and how they evaluated the total loss, then you can do that and they can give you that information. Right now, under current law, it's like $250 to $500 to go get a separate evaluation. And we're just saying, just make it transparent. What did you use to determine these numbers, so then I can know and decide how I want to move forward.
Well, and I just had this conversation with Representative Mesa this morning because she was in a car accident recently, and the insurance company is talking about totaling her car, and it turns out they often do that if your airbags are deployed. But this, it sounds like this car has some sentimental value to her, and she really doesn't want to have the car totaled. So again, I guess by getting some of the paperwork from the appraiser, that might help the car owner challenge or
yeah, I had a constituent bring me this bill, and it was the same thing. They didn't agree with the evaluation. They went round and round to try to understand why they did what they did, had to go pay for an outside. So we're just trying to make it easier. It doesn't inherently change things. It just says more transparency. Let people know how you're evaluating it, so then I can decide if I want to total it or buy it back and then do the repairs myself.
Well, I think transparency is always great, so I appreciate your bill.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 722. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all voted? There being 118 ayes, 22 nays, House Bill 722 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4105. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4105 by Harless, relating to the authority of certain counties to consider a prospective contractor's principal place of business when awarding certain contracts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a local contract preference bill. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4105. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 106 ayes, 34 nays, House Bill 4105 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4413. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4413 by Paul relating to mass balance attribution of renewable biomass feedstocks used to produce renewable chemicals.
Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, mass balance, move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4413. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4413 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 170. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 170 by Guillen relating to civil liability arising out of a justified uses of or threats to use force or deadly violence.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this strengthens Texas's Castle Doctrine by extending civil immunity to individuals who lawfully threaten to use force or deadly force in self-defense without requiring force to actually be used. I move final passage.
Ms. Gomez, for what purpose?
I'm sorry, would the gentleman yield for a
Will
few
the gentleman
brief
yield for
questions?
questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Guillen. Would you give us an example of where this new protection that we're creating might play out?
Yeah, so let's say somebody barges into your house and you shoot him. Under current law, you'd have civil immunity. But let's say that same person barges into your house, you threaten to shoot him and don't. He retreats and breaks his neck on the way out. You're under current law, you're civilly liable. This
That
fixes
sounds
that
horrific.
to make sure that you don't have an incentive to shoot him if you didn't have to.
Wonderful. No, I appreciate that. We've dealt multiple cases involving self-defense. I just got a couple calls on this issue. Thank you so much for clarifying it. That sounds fantastic.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 170. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 118 ayes, 20 nays, House Bill 170 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 551. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 551 by Swanson relating to address information contained on reports of political contributions and expenditures made available on the internet by the Texas Ethics Commission.
Chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Thank you. Members, this bill protects our campaign workers from harassment. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 551. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 551 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3053. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3053 by Verdell relating to municipal and county firearm buyback programs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Verdell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just saying that municipalities and counties can't participate in gun buyback programs. Move for passage.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will the gentleman
Yes,
yield
sir.
for
I'll yield for a few
Gentleman
questions.
yields.
Thank you, Representative, and it's always good to be next to you. I have a
Yes, sir.
couple of questions. I understand the intent of your bill, but do you believe in local control?
I do believe in local control. The problem is that this has proven not to work, and I think that let's give an example. So I couldn't take your money from you against your will, use it to go buy junky guns, and then resell those to vendors. You wouldn't like that. And the problem is that is still happening. The government's doing that right now.
But don't you agree that local control means that the local jurisdictions, there's not a one-size-fits-all? Don't you agree with that?
Well, I do, but in situations, especially like this, we in the House passed multiple bills that are related towards affecting the state as a whole and not just the local.
So are you aware that, for example, I attended the gun buyback program that Harris County had, and they recovered a record number of guns. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I am. And in that situation, they've spent. I didn't bring that sheet with me. I think it was something like $2.5 million that they had spent on that, and there's no evidence that it actually reduces crime.
Are you aware that local law enforcement participated in that gun buyback program, including the sheriff of Harris County and also at the then time the police chief of the Houston Police Department?
Yes, sir. And on that, I know they spend a lot of government money paying in overtime for that. I know Chief McManus out of San Antonio, on the record, has said multiple times that he's participated in these gun buyback programs. They don't reduce crime, and they're not effective.
Well, is there any empirical data that to
There
evidence
is,
that?
yes, sir. And I have a couple of studies here. I had them last night. I didn't mention them, but one was from Cato and one was from Rand. And then I have another one in regards to the Baltimore one mentioned yesterday. Let me find that for you real quick.
Why are you looking for that? Don't you agree that in order for a county to participate in a gun buyback program, the commissioners would have to approve that, correct?
It depends if it's county or city.
That's what I'm saying.
yes, sir.
If it was the county, the commissioners would have to approve it, correct?
I believe that that's possibly correct.
Okay. And so therefore, the commissioners would have commissioners court where the citizens would be able to offer local testimony and before they make a decision. So aren't we entrusting our local commissioners to make the best decisions to represent their constituents just like we represent ours in our respective districts?
I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that because you're making some good points that I often agree with. But in this situation, I think that there is a clear abuse of taxpayer dollars being used by local governments.
Okay. So basically, you're saying that we want to now take away local control from all 254 counties in the state, correct?
In this instance, yes, sir.
Okay. And so what I can tell you just from my experience, and I appreciate the debate and dialogue, but I can tell you when I went to the gun buyback program in Harris County, talking to local law enforcement, talking to citizens that brought in guns, the sheriff indicated that he was happy to see many of these guns get off the streets. Don't you think that there is an incentive when guns, sometimes even lawful guns, can get in the hands of unlawful people, right?
Actually, the buyback program actually helps that happen because criminals know that they could go stand outside of the lines of those buybacks and get them without background checks or anything for super cheap.
Well, I don't
place to
understand
target
how that works. So, again, I've only been to the ones that were in Harris County.
Yes, sir.
There was no incidents of any criminals getting access to guns. In fact, what I was told was they were very successful in getting many of these guns off the streets.
Yeah, most of the guns, and actually Chief McManus had stated this, that the guns that they bought are not the guns that are actually used in crimes or anything like that. And then as far as there's tons of YouTube videos, my friend is going to lose some YouTube content when this gets banned, but they stand out there on the streets and they just buy guns for super cheap from people coming up there because most people don't even know what they're turning in. Most of these guns are just old, rusty guns that have been sitting in somebody's closet and they go turn them in and they don't actually reduce crime. And that's the thing is these gun buyback programs, which is interesting, they call it a buyback program, but the government can't buy something back that they never owned to begin with. So it's a bad term that they're using, but these guys have gone and stood there, bought a lot of guns, and were able to buy whatever they want. If I were a criminal, I would definitely go stand outside those lines. You could stand on the public property that's not on the private property where that's being held and be like, hey, I'll give you $200 for that gun, and no big deal. So.
Well, you understand that we would agree that the Second Amendment is enshrined in our Constitution, giving people the constitutional right to bear arms, correct? And we're proud of our Second Amendment.
Yeah.
But don't you agree that counties can have an incentive to get guns off the street to keep and reduce the gun violence that is epidemic in some communities? Not all communities, but some communities.
No, and it's actually been found that there's a book by John Locke called More Guns, Less Crime. And the idea, which goes back to Baltimore, which was one of the first gun buyback programs, getting basically people not having guns in there tells the criminals, hey, your targets are now easier to go steal from and rob.
Well, I mean, I can tell you this, that, and I don't want to divert from your bill,
Yes, sir, no
but
problem.
in this state, we've had a high amount of gun violence. We've seen a record number of school shootings. We haven't had any common sense gun reforms. We haven't raised the age. We haven't closed the gun show loophole. We don't have background checks at gun shows. So there's a number of things that we can do to tighten, to make gun reform necessary. And this is a local way to address local communities' keeping guns off the streets. And now with this bill, we're going to take away those local jurisdictions' ability to do what they think is effective for their jurisdictions. Are we effectively saying that they're not allowed to do that, something narrowly tailored?
I do understand. I really do appreciate you bringing, because I understand local. I'm a big local government control guy. In this situation, I think it's necessary. But you mentioned the background checks. Did you know most of the shooters have or would have passed the background checks? Those background checks. So Sutherland Springs, which my friend was the one that stopped the shooter, that shooter had passed the background check and killed 26 people inside of that church. And so I don't think that removing guns, there are some instances where somebody, maybe doesn't want a gun in the house and they need to get rid of it. And there's many ways to get rid of those guns. And easy way is just go to a gun store and say, hey, I don't want this gun. Can I just give it to you? They'll do a transfer. They'll put it into their inventory. And it didn't cost the taxpayers any money. And you could promote that and say, hey, got a gun you don't want? Here's the gun stores, go give them. And it wouldn't cost the taxpayers a single dollar to do that. So,
well, I thank you for the dialogue, and I hope that we can agree that we should aim to have common sense gun reforms that protect people's Second Amendment right, but also make sure that we keep guns away from mentally ill, from criminals. The people shouldn't have them. Red flag laws are great examples of things that have worked in other communities. I think that gun buyback programs are a good faith effort to keep guns off the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, yield for questions.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. I know you referenced Chief McManus a couple of times. Do you know Chief McManus?
Not personally, and I got his comments from what he had been quoted online saying. So.
And I think when he was quoted on that was in 2019. Is that about right?
And 2023, I believe, also.
Yeah, and so I saw some clips, and I talked to the city. I think I represent the city of San Antonio. You
Yes,
were
sir.
close by. I understand in 2024, there was a sentiment that while these gun buyback programs don't make any sense to cut crime, they do take guns out of circulation. So I think just being fair to the body, I think that that's a accurate representation of what Chief McManus has also said. Do you disagree with that?
I haven't seen that, so I couldn't agree or disagree with it.
Okay, but you wouldn't take issue with Chief McManus if he took that opinion, would you?
Taking guns out of society, I don't think is necessarily a great thing, as John Lotz proved, who is a great statistician. So John, actually, I know him, and he's actually a Democrat, and he was #4 economist in the world at the time when he came out with this book. Academia has disowned him for putting this book out, but he talked about how having more guns in your society actually creates a safer society.
Great, and I love stats because it tells me that one side feels one way, one side feels another way, but
Yes,
in
sir.
the end, there are two different views. And I guess I just want to be clear, and I don't speak for the chief either, but it seems to me that there are some other comments that the chief has made that may be inconsistent with your representations. And I just want you to have that awareness. And so if we offer up the chief as an authority, then maybe we should talk about his views on constitutional carry, which may be inconsistent with your views.
That is possible, yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And then I just want to, I think you said this doesn't prohibit any city, local government from doing a free gun return program that doesn't require any money. Is that right?
This actually does, so I'll read it's just a real short paragraph here. It says, a municipality or county may not adopt or enforce an ordinance, order, or other measure in which municipality or county organizes, sponsors, or participates in a program that purchases or offers to purchase firearms with the intent to. So now, as an example, you could have somebody, like HEB gift cards have been given out. HEB or a private entity could still do this, and if I were a gun store, it would be a really smart thing for me to be like, hey, I've got a gun buyback, come give me your guns real cheap. But this would say that counties and municipalities could not organize, sponsor, or participate in that program. So.
Even if it was done for free?
Yes, sir, I believe that's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. I move for passage.
Ms. Goodwin in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you have heard one framing of this issue, one narrative, that local governments are spending a lot of money, he mentioned $2 million, to buy back guns, and with the outcome of not reducing crime. But what he has failed to talk about is accidental deaths caused by guns or suicide by gun. So how do you count the value of that? A gun buyback program may take a gun out of circulation that may have been found by a child in their home and used to kill a sibling, which has happened. You know, he has one framing of this issue. I have a very different framing of this issue. But bottom line is, why are we allowing the state to tell our city governments, our local governments, that they can't do something even if it doesn't cost money? That should be a decision left to our local city council members, our local elected officials, to decide what's best for their community. Maybe they hold a gun buyback that we will have no idea what the outcome would have been without that gun buyback program. Saving the life of one child who might have found that gun in the home is invaluable, members. I ask you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Ms. Morales, in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As we're here talking about this bill, which I oppose, by the way, I'm thinking about my neighbor Karen, a dedicated member of Moms Demand Action, who shows up here in this building and at this Capitol time and time again because she's afraid for her children and all of our children. I think about Christina, my good friend Christina, a mother whose daughter was at Santa Fe High School during the shooting. Her child survived, but Christina's life was forever changed. Today, she's an advocate turning that trauma into purpose. Karen and Christina have not just fought for their own families, they've stood shoulder to shoulder with the grieving families of Uvalde. They have traveled hours and hours here to our state capitol. They've testified, they have cried, they have held space for parents who have lost their babies. People are losing their babies in a place that is supposed to be safe. They are the kind of people who remind us why this work, the work we do on this House floor, matters. Gun buyback programs are one small but meaningful tool to build safer communities. And now, thanks to Representative Martinez Fisher, we know that even if they wanted to do it at no cost, they're not allowed to create these opportunities, not only to get guns out of the community, but opportunities to educate the community, to build trust in the community, and to create a space for healing in communities. We are taking all of that away. These opportunities give law enforcement a way for families to come together and prevent tragedies before they happen. This bill would silence those efforts. It tells our cities and counties, when these people like Karen and Christina are coming to our city's officials, our county officials, and saying, hey, do something for us. There's gun violence happening in our community. They will not be able to act with this bill. It takes away the power of local leaders to protect their own communities in their own way, the way they were elected to do it. Gun violence is not abstract in Texas. It is real, and it is painful, and it's preventable. Please vote no on this bill. Let communities try, let local leaders lead, and let moms like Karen and Christina and the families Uvalde know that we are listening to them. Thank you.
Mr. Wu, in opposition.
Members, this is going far beyond protecting the Second Amendment. I don't even gripe too much when we have all these bills about increasing where people can carry guns and what they can do with them, all these things. That's one thing. But this is an unnecessary policy just as a general public policy issue. You have differences in opinion about what are effective programs in different places. Cities and counties have done these programs not as a way to reduce crime, but as a way to engage the community, get attention to serious issues, and help relieve some of the issues that plague the communities. What happens time and time again is when people pass on, when people move, they leave their weapons. And a lot of times the people who end up receiving these weapons don't know what to do with them, don't want them, and so they leave them laying around the house. Sometimes they're secured, mostly they're not. These are not the guns that might get used in a crime. These are the guns that might get used in an accidental home shooting with another kid that finds the weapon. And because the new owner does not know how to deal with it, does not know how to properly secure it, does not know to not store ammunition near it, you now have a dangerous toy for a young child. Police also use these interactions to build relationships with communities that they already lack trust in. That the communities don't often talk to police officers because they don't feel comfortable or they have other issues. This is an opportunity for them to have community members come out, turn in something, win some prizes, talk to officers, get some stickers for the kids, and just realize that law enforcement is there to help people, not to hurt them. These are valuable programs for the city. The cities and counties have never cared that it does not bring an immediate reduction in crime. Because why? Because they don't do that many of them. Because the point is to get attention to something. The point isn't to do this repeatedly. If you want to say that these programs don't work, then do them all the time, conduct a scientifically approved study, collect the data, do correlation, have one of the schools, policy schools, look at the data and do the statistical analysis. If you want to say these programs don't work. But these programs do work for the cities because it brings important attention in neighborhoods, in communities, when there are problems. It is a source for them to interact with the community and help police have a better relationship. Just reducing crime, just reducing gun violence is not enough. There's so many other things we have to deal with. This is unnecessarily cutting off not only a city's and a county's ability to do what they feel is necessary, but these are also lawful gun owners who make the conscious choice to go to these programs and turn them in this way. That is what they choose. Why deny them that right? Why deny them that ability? For what? What does this help in gun rights? What does it protect? What does it embolden? Nothing. It just says that we're going to keep more junky guns and unwanted guns and unsecured guns in neighborhoods. And not your neighborhood, of course, in poor neighborhoods. In neighborhoods that are already filled with violence. I urge you to vote no.
Mr. Reynolds in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I won't be redundant. We had a good back and forth dialogue, and I appreciate the bill author for doing that. One of the reasons why I'm particularly against this is because it goes against the bedrock that many of us hold fundamental in this chamber, and that is local control, where we believe that the people that are entrusted at the local level that are closest to the citizens are best able to make the best decisions for that local jurisdiction. And in a state like Texas, the second largest state in the country, where we have 254 counties, rural, urban, suburban, East Texas, West Texas, there are communities that are drastically different. There are some communities that are very conservative, some are very progressive, some are purple. But there's not a one-size-fits-all approach. And this bill takes away a real tool of local control that many jurisdictions have used to take guns off the street. Now, one of the things that people are able to do with these gun buyback programs that I've witnessed, I've been there firsthand to see and talk to people that were there. It allows people to turn these guns in anonymously. So I do believe that we are getting guns off the streets that will keep communities safer. And that is why I know that locally in Houston and in Harris County, they offered these gun buyback programs. Because guess what, members? We haven't addressed the epidemic of gun violence. We haven't done anything to look at comprehensive gun safety reform. We've done nothing about red flag laws. We've done nothing to raise the age to purchase assault rifles. We've done nothing to implement red flag laws, to close the gun show loophole. We've done none of those things. In fact, we've been the opposite direction. We've did permitless carry. We've did open carry. We've did campus carry. And so this was the local jurisdiction's way to say, hey, we are going to have these gun buyback programs, that they work with local law enforcement. All of us are here to say we trust our local sheriffs that are elected by the people in their respective jurisdictions. The sheriffs were in favor in these local communities of these gun buyback programs. We trust our local county commissioners to make the decisions for their constituents, just like each and every one of us represents our constituents and our districts. So why are we taking away this tool, this effective tool in the toolbox that many jurisdictions are using? If you don't like gun buyback programs, guess what? Your county, your jurisdiction doesn't have to do them. But why are we eliminating this tool for every single jurisdiction in this state when we're doing nothing, absolutely unequivocally nothing, to address the epidemic of gun violence? So I hope that we will restore local control, where it won't just be where we're campaigning and we're talking to our local city council members, our mayors, our county commissioners. All of us say, yes, local control. We don't want unfunded mandates. We don't want to put on more burdensome requirements on local jurisdictions. We want to empower our local communities. Well, this bill does just the opposite of that. So I urge you to vote no, so that we can protect local control in this state, and we can continue to offer those jurisdictions that want to offer this incentive to keep guns off the streets, that they will have that ability to do it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Verdell to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Give us a minute.
Hey, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for some questions.
Gentleman yield for questions.
I yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. We had a conversation earlier about these gun buyback programs, and I had asked you that could cities and counties do this if they weren't offering compensation. You said they couldn't. Didn't know if you had a chance, if you want to clarify your remarks.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'd like to clear that. It's just saying that if they are offering to purchase, then they were prohibited from doing that. So if they weren't offering to purchase, it looks to me like they could still do that.
Okay, perfect. And then you gave another example. Said, well, if somebody else is doing the buying back, then that's totally, the onus is on them, not as long as the county or the city is not providing those funds.
Yeah,
that's a separate deal.
Sponsoring, or participating.
Correct,
Yes, sir.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
I would like to reduce to the remarks and the exchange between Representative Verdell and myself, reduced to writing, placed in the journal. I'd also like to have all closing speeches reduced to writing and placed in the journal as well.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose?
the gentleman yield for one question.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I'll yield for a question.
Gentleman yields.
Hey, Representative, I just want to correct on the record something that was said earlier, the assertion that the Constitution gives us the right to bear arms. Isn't it true that our right to bear arms are inalienable and natural?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield for questions.
Representative, one of my favorite things about the House is how we can become friends with people who are different than us or live far away from us. And I have grown to consider you a friend, and I think that I'm glad you're in this body. And if you won't know this about me, but as a rural Democrat, I tend to be more nuanced on gun conversations. But I was truly listening to the debate, and I guess I have a question. You know, my county does do a really strong buyback program that I hear from my constituents is really something that they like. And would you, and it's too late now, and I know we're on third reading, but maybe when you go over to the Senate, maybe a conversation, I guess, but what I'm more concerned about than the gun conversation is the limiting of our local communities, our local county commissioners to do what they think is right. And so maybe when you go to the Senate, I would invite you to consider asking the counties that maybe have a vote before they can do it. Because then if the people want it, because the people have voted for county commissioners and the county commissioners had to vote on this program, but we could put another layer. But if the people want it, why would we not allow the people to have a government that serves them in the way they want to be served?
I understand what you're saying there. It's, you know, and this bill still, or the way me and Mr. Martinez discussed it, the way this bill still works is they could do it as long as they're not actually using tax dollars to do it. So
I hear you. But if the people want to use their tax dollars to do a program like this, I guess my thing is when you go over to the Senate, I would like for you to consider talking to your Senate counterpart about this could possibly be another way to approach the same subject in a more democratic way.
I appreciate it. I'd be happy to talk more with you.
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you. All right, I'm just going to close real quick. So I was asked about what studies. This actually comes from the National Bureau of Economic Research. And in here they said, using data from the National Incident-Based Reporting System, we find no evidence gun buyback programs reduce crime. With 95% confidence, they can say that using data from the National Vital Statistics System, we also find no evidence that gun buyback programs reduce suicides or homicides where a firearm was involved. These results are called into question the efficacy of city gun buyback programs in their current form. And that comes from members of University of California, San Diego State University, and Department of Agriculture Economics. And I'd like to just cover a few quick statistics and then I'll fully close. You are more likely to die in a car crash. You're actually 21 times more likely to die in a car crash than to be in a mass shooting. Your likelihood of being killed while crossing the road is 9 times higher than being killed in a mass shooting. And there's many other things here. We have created this environment where everybody is afraid of, let's just go ahead and move for passage. Thank you.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3053. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 56 nays, House Bill 3053 is passed finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3142. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3142 by Isaac relating to school marshals, including eligibility for appointment as a school marshal and licensure and training requirements.
Please excuse Representative Morales Shaw to attend a meeting of the Committee on Elections on a motion of Ms. Bowers. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows retired peace officers and veterans to volunteer as school marshals. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Talarico, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for
The lady yield for
questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Isaac. I wasn't able to ask questions on second reading. I wasn't on the floor when the bill came, and this didn't come through the Public Education Committee, so I didn't get a chance to ask questions in the committee process. So I just wanted to, I have a couple concerns, and I just wanted to kind of air those out here, if you don't mind. So just starting from the beginning, we, as a legislature, passed a requirement that every school in Texas have an armed security guard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that mandate was largely unfunded, I would say. Is that fair to characterize it that way? Or there weren't adequate financial resources to be able to pay for that from the state? I'm not advised. Okay. So schools are struggling to be able to afford an armed security guard on every campus, and so that's why the school marshal program was created. And I think the reasoning for your bill, is that correct? If I'm reading the bill analysis.
The reasoning for my bill is that I have spoken with retired law enforcement and veterans that have told me they would do this for free.
So can you help us understand the current requirements for a school marshal? I had to go back and look what the requirements are currently.
Yes,
and I have, go ahead.
Do you want me to do it or you want to do it?
I can ask you just if this is my understanding, if this is all correct. So the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, TCOL, they right now establish and maintain a training program that's open to any employee, not volunteers, but employee of a school district, charter school, private school. And that employee has to hold a license to carry a handgun. Is that what it's limited to right now under current law?
There's more to it, but that is part of it.
Those are the people it's limited to. And then, if I'm reading this correctly, to become a school marshal, those employees that have a license to carry a handgun, they've got to go through a training that includes 80 hours of instruction, and that's led by TCOL. Is that correct?
Yes. These individuals that I'm addressing in this bill would go through the exact same training as our current school marshals. Is that clear?
No, that's part of my question. So
Okay.
this is the 80 hours of training for these school employees that have a license to carry a handgun. That would also apply to the new folks that are made eligible under your bill?
Yes, and I did offer an amendment yesterday that made that clear. Were you able to see
Great.
that amendment? Okay.
Yes. And that also includes the psychological evaluation?
Yes.
Okay. So all those requirements that we currently have for a school employee who wants to become a school marshal, that all applies to the people that are now eligible under your bill?
That's correct.
Okay. I wanted to ask about the opposition, because again, this didn't come through the Public Education Committee, it went through a different committee. And I saw that the Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas, or CLEAT, was registered against the bill, but didn't testify. So I'm curious if we know what their concerns or what the law enforcement community's concerns were about the original bill, and if those have been addressed through your amendment yesterday.
Yes. So they dropped a card against. I was not aware of it. I texted with them this morning, and they said that they wanted the clarifying language that my amendment did provide.
Got it. So they were concerned that the version of the bill that came to the floor yesterday didn't have those training requirements for these new folks who are eligible to be a school marshal.
They were afraid it wasn't clear.
And now it is clear that they
That's
have to go
correct.
through the same training. Okay.
Yep.
I wanted to ask about a couple other things. So, volunteers being allowed to become school marshals, how will the training program that they now have to go to ensure that those non-law enforcement volunteers, because we do have retired military folks, how will they get the law enforcement experience that they're going to need to be able to possibly handle an active shooter situation at a school?
Well, right now, a school marshal under the school marshal program does not have to have law enforcement experience.
They just have to go through the training from TCOL.
Correct.
And now those active military or non-law enforcement folks will have to go through that training
That is
provided
correct.
by TCOL.
That is correct.
The reimbursements, the bill states that the boards or the governing bodies may, but they're not required to reimburse training costs. I'm a little concerned, and maybe you can alleviate this concern, that this could lead to inconsistencies or unfair practices across different school districts or schools, thereby discouraging qualified candidates from becoming school marshals due to those financial barriers. Is that a concern, or is that something that was heard in the committee process?
It's up to the school, and I mean the school district could pay for it if they wanted to, but local control.
I wanted to talk about the information disclosure. So the bill mandates disclosure of the school marshal appointments to parents or guardians upon inquiry. Is that correct?
I'm not advised about that. No,
Okay.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, yeah, if I'm reading it correctly, the bill does mandate that disclosure of the appointments or who is a school marshal to a parent or a guardian if that inquiry is made. Am I reading that part correctly?
Will you show me where?
Yeah. So I'm looking at the bottom of page 3. H. So essentially, if a parent or guardian of a student enrolled at a school inquires in writing, the school district or open enrollment charter school shall provide the parent or guardian written notice indicating whether any person, it used to be employee of the school, but now because we're adding volunteers, you've changed that to person, is currently appointed a school marshal. The notice may not disclose information that is confidential under subsection G.
Okay, and your question again?
So yeah, I wanted to make sure that I was understanding that correctly. My question is, does this, because we're changing the requirements for the school marshals, we now have volunteers, does this balance the transparency and confidentiality appropriately, or does it risk creating a lack of accountability regarding who is on campus with a firearm because it's no longer school employees? I think that's my concern about the disclosures.
Yes, so the only thing we changed was employee, because as of right now, you have to be an employee, and that's why it was changed to person, and that's the only change.
Yeah.
Person, not employee.
Right. So
Nothing
now
else changes.
Yes, and so
Okay.
I think the concern is that you now have folks who are not school district employees, not employed by the school district, who now are carrying a firearm on campus, and we want to make sure that kind of information, not just the name, is disclosed to parents or guardians.
Yes, that's the same.
Yeah, I think the concern is that now you do have limits on what is being, what can be provided to those parents or guardians when they request this information.
Nothing there has changed, just from employee to person. That's all that has changed.
So the only thing that they have to provide is the name. Is that what I'm understanding?
My bill does not address whether you have to give a name or identity or anything. It just is changing from you no longer have to be an employee.
No, I understand that. I think what I'm saying is that because the bill is opening up who is allowed to be a school marshal, it's now not just school employees.
He's just fishing for crap. Sorry, say it again.
No, it's okay. Because it's opening up to a larger group of people who can now be school marshals, including folks who are not school district employees, could be just volunteers, that just releasing the name is not sufficient for parents or guardians. Is that a concern that was explored in the committee process?
Not at all.
Okay. I wanted to ask about revoking a marshal's license. So there are provisions for revoking a license if their handgun license is suspended or revoked. Does the possibility of recertification adequately address any underlying issues associated with the original revoking of the license?
So right now, are you talking about renewal or revoking?
Revoking. So
revoking.
if I'm understanding this correctly, you have your marshal's license revoked only if the handgun license is suspended or revoked. Is that?
I believe so, but you do have to renew every 2 years.
So can your school marshal license be revoked for other reasons besides your handgun license being revoked or suspended?
I'm not advised.
Okay. So volunteers who were honorably discharged or who are active duty military members, reserve officers, or retirees, they're now eligible to join the training program. And so how will the bill's implementation address the potential disparities? So I'm thinking about, obviously a former peace officer, former law enforcement, they have certainly expertise when it comes to an active shooter situation that maybe our active duty military or retirees maybe don't have that same law enforcement training. Is the hope that the TCOL process will address those disparities in experience between these two different types of professionals?
There are no lapses in or disparities in their ability to do anything from who our school marshals are right now and who these school marshals would be. I mean, they're the same.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Isaac. I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3142. The record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all voted. There being 90 ayes, 48 nays, House Bill 3142 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3180. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3180 by Dutton, relating to the contents of a request for disclosure in a civil action brought under the Family Code.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that actually changes one word because of a typo in a bill last session, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3180. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 135 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 3180 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3722. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3722 by Hefner, relating to the protection of certain airspace designated for use by the Department of Defense contractors.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday that had to do with the aerobatic boxes around certain airports, and I do have a third reading amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales of Maverick.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the prohibition described under subsection B will apply only to a structure that is proposed within the 5 miles of an aerobatic training area, and also requires under this amendment for the authority to notify the Texas Department of Transportation of the location and the boundaries of the area no later than September 1, 2026. So we're actually restricting the extent of this bill. We're actually limiting it, and from what I understand, there's only 2 aerobatic training facilities in the entire state of Texas that will be addressed under this. So one of them is in Maverick County, and I'm perfectly fine with it. Wharton County also. Yes, ma'am. Mrs. T. asked where's the other county, and it's in Wharton County. Okay? So I move adoption. I think it's acceptable to the author and move adoption.
Mr. Morales sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Mr. Hefner to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3722. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 91 ayes, 49 nays, House Bill 3722 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1794. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1794 by Tepper, relating to the carrying of concealed handguns by handgun license holders on the premises of a polling place on the day of an election or while early voting is in progress.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think he explained it. Move passage.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Tepper, were there any incidents that happened inside of polling places that created the need for this?
Thank you
Were
for asking that.
Were there attacks on polling places?
In fiscal year 2024, there were 523 arrests, 150 referrals, 89 placements onto adult community supervision, 18 individuals admitted into an adult state correctional facility, and 7 individuals admitted into a juvenile state correctional facility for any third-degree felony offenses of places where weapons were prohibited, for which conduct could have involved a handgun. That's according to the criminal justice impact statement, but they were not able to parse that into polling places.
Okay. Is there any data for just polling places?
Not advised, not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Right. I mean, if a shooting incident happened at a polling place, that would be a pretty big deal. It would make the news, wouldn't you think?
I would think so.
Did you find any articles?
I did not.
Okay. And the list that you read to me, the criminal offenses that people were arrested. So the existing laws and existing law enforcement took care of all those incidents, correct?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
So this is a bill that purports to find a solution to a problem that doesn't exist.
I'll tell you what the problem that exists that some might be missing is the voter would be required and is currently required to leave the weapon in their vehicle or elsewhere while they enter the polling place, which leaves the weapon exposed to, auto burglary and theft. And I think this would actually be a much safer option for a CHL holder, firearm carrier to secure the weapon on their person.
And you understand that elections often occur in places like schools.
That's correct.
That are a gun-free zone.
That's correct.
And this bill would allow them to bypass that.
It would not. Schools are exempt. Other places where firearms are not allowed, gun-free zones. And including any private property owner whose policies already ban firearms, this would not affect them. They would still be able to maintain that policy even if there's a polling place on their property.
And if it is in a place where it's private, somebody's church or things like that, if they ask someone to say, like, we don't like the way you're acting, and you might have a gun on you, we're going to ask you to leave. What should they do?
It sounds like you covered it.
And what if they don't leave? They say, I have a right to be here. I'm in a polling place. This law allows me to have my gun here.
If there's discomfort, I would recommend they call the police.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Move passage.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
I have a question.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Just to follow up, because Representative Wu made me think about something when he asked about churches. For those counties that have county-wide polling locations, would they be disqualified or ineligible for participation or offering their facility or location if they have a gun-free zone?
No, and thank you for asking that. That's how we carefully drafted this so it would not interfere with their current policies.
Okay, so if they have a gun-free zone policy, like if they have a
They can
sign,
maintain that policy, and the CHL holder would not be able to enter that premises with his weapon.
but I want to make sure that they are still allowed to be considered an option for the counties to use. So I want
Yeah,
I want to make sure.
I'm sensitive of that as well, and they would still be an option to use.
Okay, and then is there a penalty if there is a incident involving a gun at a polling location? Since this is a sensitive area, is this a heightened or enhanced penalty if there's something that goes down with a handgun license holder at a polling location?
Yeah, if something goes down that's
Abolition.
illegal, they would be subject to the laws of anywhere else.
But what about because of the location? There are some laws that we have in place that if the crime takes place at these sensitive areas or these, very vulnerable areas, then the penalty for violation is enhanced. Is there an enhancement for a violation of a law at a polling location?
There's no enhancements.
Would you be willing to consider an amendment to do that? Because to me, it seems like if you want to deter or try to deter type of crime or violence at the polling location, one way to do that would be to enhance the penalties.
Well,
For this
respectfully, I disagree. I would not accept an amendment changing the bill, but I would disagree that it would prevent. I don't think the offender would look at the enhancements of whether or not they would commit a crime or not.
So you agree that penalty enhancements don't deter crime?
I believe that penalty enhancements are justice.
Do they deter crime?
I'm not advised.
Well, that's what you just said earlier. You just said.
It's what I think, but I
Okay,
don't have
you
the
think
data.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Move passage.
Ms. Goodwin in opposition.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, here we are again, another session, another gun bill. Like most of the gun bills that have passed in the last decade, this one loosens our already loose gun laws. This one allows people to carry guns into polling locations. I am firmly against this bill and any others that loosen our gun regulations without any thought of how we prevent the next gun-related tragedy. I appreciate your attention, members. I know we all care about our children and family, our friends, neighbors, coworkers, and we would never want to have them whisked away from our lives due to a random moment of gun violence. Whether that random moment of gun violence happens in a polling location.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Whether that random moment of gun violence happens in a polling location, a grocery store, a nightclub, a doctor's office, a shopping mall, a church, an elementary, middle, or high school, or at a July 4th parade, or in a polling location. I know that many of you on this floor right now fiercely believe, that more guns owned by more people will make us safer. But there are many of us who fiercely believe more guns make us less safe. When this bill passed on second reading, some of our advocate friends in the gun violence prevention movement were disappointed that we didn't put up more of a fight. Well, I had started to go to the back mic to ask questions of the bill author, but I was too slow and we moved on with no questioning and no speeches. I might have asked, what is the need for your bill? Do you think this will have a chilling effect on people who might be intimidated by guns and now they may not show up to vote? Do you think this will cause enough concern among poll workers that we won't have enough of them stepping forward to run our elections? But I know the author would have his pat answers because, after all, it boils down to one side thinking guns make us safer and my side believing more guns leads to more deaths. I know for a fact that having a gun in the home where I grew up led to my dad's death. Ever since I came to the legislature, I've worked to increase safety around guns because I know how tragic it is to lose a loved one to gun violence. I can't advocate for gun laws without thinking about and telling the story of my dad. My dad was the best dad I could have hoped for. He was an involved parent, scoutmaster for my brother's scout troop, driver for all of my extracurricular activities, faithful husband, and much more. His life ended in 1990 when he was shot with a hunting rifle that was carelessly stored in a closet in our home in Dallas. While his death has no bearing on bringing guns into a polling location, it does have bearing on how I react to guns and gun laws. I understand how painful it is to experience the abrupt and unexpected death of a loved one. I know how painful it is to have to retell a story that brings back memories of a day that was so incredibly sad. The parents from Uvalde, Santa Fe, and so many other places have come to the Capitol to ask for sensible gun safety regulations. This session will be yet another where we ignore their voices. We aren't asking ourselves what causes someone to carry a gun into an elementary school and shoot innocent children and teachers. That takes an immense amount of anger, frustration, and hate. Did anyone recognize that anger, frustration, and hate? Yes, someone did. In fact, I had a group of people come to my office in 2023 asking for a law that would hold an employer accountable. You see, a woman who worked at Whataburger with the Robb Elementary School shooter heard him threatening to kill somebody. She wanted me to pass a law that would hold an employer accountable. Instead of alerting any authority about that young man, the restaurant manager fired him. The point is, his coworkers recognized he was full of anger, frustration, and hate. In a polling location, might someone walk in full of a similar anger, frustration, and hate? Might someone who has been told our elections aren't fair, that the 2020 election was stolen, come into a polling location just looking to pick a fight? What happens if that someone who is full of distrust and anger is carrying a gun and is somehow triggered at the polling location? Do we hope that a good guy with a gun will shoot the bad guy with a gun? Will the good guy with a gun now experience PTSD as a result of taking the life of another human being? Members, each session, the voices of gun owners of America drown out the voices of the victims and their families. The advocates like Texas Gun Sense, Moms Demand Action, Students Demand Action, Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility, Texas Impact, faith leaders, and so many others. Members, I ask that you listen to their voices and you work to find some common ground. We require car insurance so that when there is an accident, insurance may pay for the repairs. But in an effort to keep insurance costs down, we strive to avoid accidents and tickets. Likewise, insurance on guns might have the effect of making gun owners even more responsible gun owners. But rather than considering this option, we have members who have gone the other direction, making it impossible to require insurance on guns. We pass all kinds of bills to help protect women from violent domestic partners. But we stop short of saying those same violent people should have their guns removed until they can prove they are no longer a threat. Say the word red flag law and notice the visceral reaction from the other side. How many other sensible ideas have been quashed without any real debate? Raise the age? Heaven forbid. Instead, let's lower the age. Members, I'm tired of this fight. I've done my best to think of reasonable solutions to make our communities safer, but until we have a change of heart and a change of representation, it's really useless trying to pass sensible gun safety legislation in Texas. I ask that you vote no on this bill and start having conversations about how we can find common ground on an issue we should all care about. We all have the goal of preventing unnecessary deaths like my dad's.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will.
Lady yields.
Representative Goodwin, I want to thank you for given a heartfelt condolence about a testimony for something that's really personal for you with the loss of your father. So thank you for sharing that. And I want to ask you a few questions, though, some of the testimony that you raised. You've served on committees in the House that had jurisdiction over gun laws, correct?
I have.
And you mentioned the Uvalde families. You met with some of the Uvalde parents, didn't you?
I did many times.
And when you met with them, I recall meeting with them last session, didn't they have a real appeal to us in memory of their children that we would raise the age to purchase guns from 18 to 21?
Yes, absolutely. They knew that would have saved their kids' lives, and that was their one ask of this legislature after having lost 19 fourth graders and 2 teachers.
And isn't it true that in past legislative sessions, we raised the age in this body to purchase cigarettes from 18 to 21?
That's right.
And isn't it true that in other states that they've raised the age to purchase assault rifles?
I believe so.
Wouldn't one of those states be Florida?
Absolutely.
And Representative Goodwin, have you mentioned in your testimony that we haven't done anything related?
Ladies' time has expired. Please excuse Representatives Dutton, Dyson, Flores, Jessica Gonzalez of Dallas, Hayes, Johnson, LaHood, Landgraf, Leach, and Moody to attend a meeting of the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence on a motion of Mr. Raymond. Is there objection? The chair has none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield?
Her time has expired.
Will you extend it? No. It's okay.
Mr. Tepper to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1794. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Louderback voting aye. Mr. Vasut voting aye. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Mr. De Ayala voting aye. Have all voted. Mr. Dutton voting nay. Have all voted. There being 83 ayes, 50 nays, House Bill 1794 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1784. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1784 by Busey, relating to measures to assist students enrolled at public institutions of higher education who are homeless or who are or were in foster care.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1784 until 5 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1581. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1581 by Guerra, relating to public school bilingual education programs, dual lingual immersion programs, and special language programs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bilingual education bill we heard yesterday. Thank you, members. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1581. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all voted. There being 86 ayes, 44 nays, House Bill 1581 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2530. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2530 by Cook, relating to special appointments in suits affecting the parent-child relationship.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2530 simply clarifies accountability and brings to the appointment process with regard to amicus attorneys in family law cases, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2530. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 124 ayes, 7 nays, House Bill 2530 is finally passed. Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce the dialogue on HB 1794 reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4308. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4308 by Gates, relating to the creation of industrial development districts in certain counties, providing authority to issue bonds and providing authority to impose assessments, fees, or taxes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the County Industrial Development District Act. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what
Will
purpose?
the gentleman yield for some
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Gary. Representative. So anytime somebody says we're going to allow impose assessment, fees, and taxes, I get a little concerned. Can you explain to me what kind of taxes we'd be imposing here?
Here, the county voters would first of all have to vote to allow the county commissioners to create the district. Then it's the district, whatever area of the county they decide to create.
So what I don't mean to interrupt you. So the county's going to create an industrial district. Is that correct?
The voters would vote to allow the county commissioners to set up a 9-member board member to create an area that would be an industrial district.
Is this something you're trying to accomplish in your area?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the industrial complex going to entail? Like what kind of industry?
It can, from manufacturing, industrial, warehouses.
Okay. And then so this is where I get a little concerned. It's going to provide them authority to issue bonds, which is debt, correct?
Well, in that, wherever the district is, that part of the county, it would be opt-in, and they could raise bonds, and only the people in that district would be assessed, not the county at large.
So is there going to be a bond election, or they're just have carte blanche to issue bonds?
They would have to have an election to have authority to assess assessment or a tax inside that district.
But for the specific purpose of issuing bonds, is there an election to issue bonds, which is debt?
It would be, yes.
Okay, and so, but are only the people that live in and around that district are the ones, or is it a countywide initiative to vote on issuing debt?
It's not around, it's only those that are in the district
So,
that opt in.
So, and who has to service that debt?
It's a first lien on the properties that are inside that district that opt in.
So are these private entities?
Yes.
So now I'm a little even more confused. So we're going to allow private entities to issue debt, bond debt.
It would be like a mortgage if they went out and got a mortgage and did the improvement themselves.
Okay, and who's ultimately responsible for that debt?
It's a first lien on the property.
On the industrial area?
That are inside that industrial part.
So if this is in your district, and this is my final question, there's obviously, you've got plans. Can you tell me what the plan is, or who's moving in, what kind of industry? I know it can be a lot of industries, but I would imagine this is specific at this point to somebody in particular.
No, my county just wanted to have this tool created.
So is the count, when they issue bonds, the bonds aren't issued by the county?
No, they're not.
Okay,
The county's not responsible. The taxpayers and the constituents of that county are also not responsible.
Is the county going to impose the assessments, fees, or taxes?
No, the county does not.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate you.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4308. The record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. All voted. There being 102 ayes, 30 nays, House Bill 4308 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1896. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1896 by Cole, relating to a mental health leave policy for certain telecommunicators.
Chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain the bill.
Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday giving first responders, telecommunicationers leave policy. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1896. Record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Flores voting aye. All voted. There being 106 ayes, 28 nays, House Bill 1896 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2974. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2974 by Craddock, relating to the authority of certain municipalities to use certain tax revenue for a hotel and convention center project and to receive certain tax revenue related to that project.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the omnibus hot tax bill we passed last night on second reading. We're going to take out one of the amendments from last night for Childress County. Mr. Speaker, I have this amendment to do that. I move adoption.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Craddock.
Mr. Craddock to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, all this does is what I already described. It just takes out Childress County. I move adoption.
Ms.
Mr.
Weiner, for what
Speaker.
purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Certainly.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Craddock. Just waiting for the amendment to pull up. It's there now. Thank you.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2974. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Tinderholt voting nay. Ms. Flores voting aye. All voted. There being 102 ayes, 31 nays, House Bill 2974 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3359. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3359 by Garcia Bear, relating to identifying an individual with veteran status and providing notice to the Texas Veterans Commission.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Bear to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is the one that we heard yesterday that gives veterans the option to self-identify as they register to vote or renew their driver's license so that they can be connected to the very vital resources offered by the Texas Veterans Commission. I thank my colleagues yesterday who allowed me the opportunity to explain to them what this bill did and who are going to change their no vote from yesterday to a yes today. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3359. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia Bear voting aye. Mr. Harless voting aye. Mr. Tinderholt voting nay. All voted. There being 118 ayes, 18 nays, House Bill 3359 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4580. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4580 by Harless, relating to the exemption from ad valorem taxation of property of a charitable organization that provides financial support for promoting agriculture, supporting Texas youth, and providing educational support.
Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just codifying the language. They currently are exempt from ad valorem tax. This just codifies it. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4580. This is the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 102 ayes, 33 nays, House Bill 4580 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2458. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2458 by Verdell, relating to a defense to prosecution for the offense of aggravated assault.
Chair recognizes Mr. Verdell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This just says that it's a defense prosecution if you have to unholster when somebody's attacking you. That way you can't be move passage. Thank you.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2458. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 119 ayes, 18 nays, House Bill 2458 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2215. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2215 by LaHood, relating to the carrying or possession of a handgun by certain retired attorneys representing the state.
Chair recognizes Mr. LaHood to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. This is the bill we heard yesterday. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2215. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. LaHood voting aye. All voted. There being 110 ayes, 27 nays, House Bill 2215 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3332. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3332 by Morales of Maverick relating to the creation of the Maverick County Regional Mobility Authority, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. You all supported me in this request. This is Maverick County's request for a regional mobility authority. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3332. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 94 ayes, 46 nays, House Bill 3332 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2278. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2278 by Capriglione relating to the home production of certain alcoholic beverages.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2278 removes outdated and unnecessary laws. It allows Texans to legally produce distilled spirits at home for personal family use.
Mr. Speaker.
And and it allows wine to be made from honey. This bill exemplifies the principle of limited government by reducing regulatory barriers.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Morales, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for
Yes,
questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Capriglione, I have a couple of questions. I have this kind of as a lean no vote, but I thought you can answer some questions in the spirit of Chairwoman Barbara Gervin Hawkins and educate me on this bill. So this bill would allow 200 gallons of home brewed alcohol per year. Is that correct?
Right. So what this bill does is there was a federal law and a Texas law that prohibited the use of personal or family use of distilled and manufacturers distilled use in your own home. And we do have an exception for wine and beer of 200 gallons per year. And when the federal court overturned the law, our law, the state law, still remains in effect. And so all we're doing is removing the state law and making it consistent with wine and beer production as well.
But are there any safeguards to make sure that this is for personal use only?
Sure, it's the same as the laws that we have, outdated also, that go and prohibit people from making more than 200 gallons of wine. It is against the law to make more than 200 gallons of wine. It is against the law to make 200 gallons of beer or more. And it would still be against the law to make more than 200 gallons of alcohol per year.
But if, my uncle starts making alcohol in his garage, is there anything, or is there any kind of enforcement tools so that he doesn't turn this into some kind of commercial operation?
Sure, the same exact laws that are in, the same exact regulations that are in place today.
Okay, and one last question. Are there other states that are already doing this, or?
From what I understand, there's a lot of other states that have already allowed this. I think Kentucky and some other states that have done this. But again, if you look at what we're doing is we're just following what the federal courts have said, and we're allowing individuals to be able to do something that they already are. You have, and every member here has hobbyists who are able to do this today, or who do this today. And so we're just making the home and personal use and manufacture of alcohol legal.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Very quick question.
The gentleman yield.
Yes.
Gentleman yield.
Chairman, would you be open to a friendly amendment in honor of our Vice President, Hillbilly Elegy, to call this the Moonshine Bill?
Well, I would call it a hobbyist bill, if anything.
Or the J.D. Vance Hillbilly Elegy? Would that be better?
Well, yes, or hobbyist would be fine.
That's too uppity. That's too fancy.
It's not uppity. This just allows people to do what many people are already doing.
Ms. Flores,
Will the
for what
gentleman
purpose?
yield
The
for a
gentleman yield.
question?
Yes, I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Well, I guess we're back in the holler, huh? I thought we were in Texas, not Tennessee. My question is, are there any safety precautions and safety code that these people have to follow? Because I'm afraid that somebody could blow up their very modest home trying to do moonshine in their backyard.
Well, if you look at other cottage type industries or things that people do at home, whether it's home brewing of beer or wine, those also involve certain risks. I mean, anything from taking care of your car or other things that people do at home can all have the risks that they have. But hobbyists who are involved in this, they follow the best practices, they have a lot of resources online. And so legalization does, in fact, encourage safe, transparent processes, whereas prohibition, and we've seen that in the past, it's actually prohibition that has the biggest risk by driving people underground. So by bringing this activity out into the open, I think we significantly increase the safety.
Okay. Well, I would be more comfortable if there were certain safety standards that need to be followed.
There's a lot of stuff other people do at home already today that is significantly more risky.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
I do, yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Capriglione, Chairman Capriglione, is this something you have personal experience with?
If this bill would become law, I think I would take it up, yes.
Okay. Will this, in fact, allow you to have 100 bottles of beer on your wall?
Maybe 99, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, members, this bill removes old, outdated blue laws. We have laws in Texas that prohibit the ability to make wine out of honey. And so, to me, again, this bill exemplifies the principle of limited government by reducing regulatory barriers.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2278. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all voted. There being 115 ayes, 24 nays, House Bill 2278 is finally passed. Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
We've previously had salsa contests in the back hall. Could we have a moonshine contest next session?
Not a proper parliamentary inquiry. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3015. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3015 by Alders relating to the inclusion of direct primary care fees as qualified medical expenses applied toward insurance deductibles in certain state health benefit plans.
Chair recognizes Mr. Alders to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our DPC bill for TRS and ERS employees. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3015. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3015 is finally passed.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I move to reduce to writing and place in the Journal the conversation on House Bill 3722 on third reading.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3151. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3151 by Hull relating to expedited credentialing of certain federally qualified health center providers by managed care plan issuers and Medicaid managed care organizations.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lawson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Representative Hull's bill that provides expedited credentialing to federally qualified health centers. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3151. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Lawson voting aye. Have all voted. There being 139 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 3151 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1368. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1368 by Jones of Dallas relating to a notification requirement if a public school does not have a nurse, school counselor, or librarian assigned to the school during all instructional hours.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about improving transparency and empowering Texan parents to know if there's not a school counselor, nurse, or librarian for a period greater than 30 days. This is not a mandate, this is knowledge. And this bill only applies to districts over 10,000 students. This is a strong bipartisan effort, and I thank Chairman Buckley for his support and the other members for their support on this bill. I ask you to stick with me and help move this so that we can help improve our Texas schools. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1368. This record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 90 ayes, 50 nays, House Bill 1368 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 40. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 40 by Landgraf relating to the business court.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill to improve Texas business courts. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 40. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 99 ayes, 40 nays, House Bill 40 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 101. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 101 by Guillen, relating to the State Guard Professionalization Task Force.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates a temporary task force to support the professionalization of the Texas State Guard. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 101. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 138 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 101 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 112. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 112 by Button, relating to the creation and operation of a science park district in certain counties that may impose assessments, fees, and taxes.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 112 makes Texas more competitive in the high-tech manufacturing and science areas and create more jobs for great Texans. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 112. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 81 ayes, 58 nays, House Bill 112 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 146. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 146 by Guerin, relating to the required approval by the State Preservation Board to certain traffic changes near the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 146 ensures the Preservation Board involved in any decisions that impact the flow on Congress Avenue. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 146. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 99 ayes, 41 nays, House Bill 146 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 214. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 214 by Guillen, relating to the prosecution of the criminal offenses of firearm and ammunition smuggling and terrorism.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this strengthens Texas law by refining our terrorism statute to cover auxiliary offenses committed with terroristic intent. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 214. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 126 ayes, 10 nays, House Bill 214 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 413. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 413 by Jones of Harris, relating to the release of certain defendants detained in jail pending trial.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bipartisan pretrial bond when you've served your time bill. Senator Huffman is waiting to carry it in the Senate. Move passage.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Was the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
Yesterday, did you see that some members voted against this? There
what
were some members that voted against this, and I wanted to clarify. Your bill says if you spent the maximum amount of time that you could be sentenced, that you had to get out on bond. Is that correct?
Yes.
This is absolutely very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 413. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. So Mr. Money voting aye. We've all voted. We've all voted. There being 115 ayes, 23 nays, House Bill 413 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1523. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1523 by Gerdes, relating to the prohibition on the authorization by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality of the use of a Class 5 injection well for certain aquifer storage and recovery projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1523 prohibits authorization of a Class 5 injection well in the Lost Pines GCD by Austin Water unless certain provisions for the project are met. Move adoption.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1523. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 101 ayes, 36 nays, House Bill 1523 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 493. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 493 by Shaheen, relating to ineligibility to serve as a poll watcher.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill we passed yesterday. It seeks to make an individual ineligible to serve as an election poll watcher that convicted of felony. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 493. This record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Well voted. There being 86 ayes, 52 nays, House Bill 493 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 521. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 521 by Guillen, relating to accommodating voters with a disability, creating criminal offenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this preserves access to curbside voting for Texans with disabilities. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 521. This record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 84 ayes, 54 nays, House Bill 521 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 594. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 594 by Cortez, relating to the positions designated as exempt from Sheriff's Department civil service systems in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 594 is a local bill that increases the number of civil service exempt positions for the sheriff. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 594. As record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 119 ayes, 19 nays, House Bill 594 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 557. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 557 by Jones of Harris, relating to the enforcement of an order to pay child support by contempt.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bipartisan bill where non-custodial parents have rights. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 557. The record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Well voted. There being 103 ayes, 33 nays, House Bill 557 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 305. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 305 by Hayes, relating to the time period for conducting a pretrial hearing after a criminal defendant has been restored to competency.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain the bill.
14-day pretrial hearing. Move adoption.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 305. Record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all voted. There being 136 ayes, 4 nays, House Bill 305 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 549. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 549 by Vasut, relating to the availability and use of airway clearance devices at public school campuses.
Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Vasut.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply names the bill in honor of Weston Brian Mandrill, a young child who died by choking, whose grandmother was gracious to come testify in favor of this bill and has been working tirelessly to get these devices in schools. Move adoption.
Mr. Vasut sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. There objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Mr. Vasut to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 549. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all voted. There being 136 ayes, 5 nays, House Bill 549 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 854. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 854 by Garcia Hernandez, relating to payment of the replacement cost of lost or damaged property under a homeowner's, renter's, or condominium owner's insurance policy.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 854 until today at 3 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1057. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1057 by Bojani, relating to placement on the minimum salary schedule and service credit in the teacher retirement system of Texas for certain public school career or technology education teachers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1057 aims to help us recruit and fairly compensate top talent to teachers teaching career and technology education. Right now, CT teachers coming from industries can only get up to 2 years of maximum salary and TRS credit. This bill increases that to 5 years, recognizing the value of professionals like electricians, nurses, welders, and programmers in our classrooms. It will help address teacher shortages in key fields and ensure our students learn from the best. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1057. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 114 ayes, 26 nays, House Bill 1057 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1052. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1052 by Bojani, relating to health benefit plan coverage of telemedicine, teledentistry, and telehealth appointments with an originating site or distant site located outside the state.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 1052 closes the key gap in telemedicine, telehealth coverage by ensuring that Texas doctors and Texas patients that are temporarily outside the state of Texas can still access care via telemedicine. This bill clarifies that coverage applies when patients primarily residing in Texas and providers Texas licensed and have a physical office location in the state of Texas. I move passage. Thank you.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1052. The record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 114 ayes, 26 nays, House Bill 1052 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 842. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 842 by Lalani, relating to a study and report on burying power lines in the Gulf Coast region.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about putting our learning into action. While we can't prevent the storms, we can minimize the damage causing from that. This bill simply directs PUCT to conduct a study for potential cost and savings on burying overhead power lines in Gulf Coast region. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 842. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 76 ayes, 65 nays, House Bill 842 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3174. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3174 by Rose, relating to county and hospital district disease control pilot programs to reduce the risk of certain infectious and communicable diseases, authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to reiterate that this is not a mandate. It will allow 7 counties, Dallas, El Paso, Nueces, Webb, Travis, and El Paso counties to allow this program if they see fit. This is not a mandate. A lot of you after the vote yesterday said that doesn't happen in my district. Well, I gave everyone in here stats. It was not one district that did not have anyone that was HIV positive in their district. Not one single district. And so what we're just trying to do is combat a public health crisis. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's not happening, members. And earlier, at the opening, our Pastor Scott Wall, he talked about empathy. I ask that today you would have empathy for those who are suffering with drug abuse and allow this program to happen to be able to combat this public health crisis. And with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3174. The record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all voted. There being 77 ayes, 65 nays, House Bill 3174 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3196. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3196 by Lopez of Cameron, relating to the authority of certain municipalities to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project and to pledge certain tax revenue for the payment of obligations related to the project.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is to promote
Ms.
economic growth.
Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
The lady yields.
Okay. So what exactly does your bill do again?
It helps promote economic growth for the city of South Padre Island
Yeah, so it's limited to what areas?
to South Padre Island.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3196. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 88 ayes, 39 nays, House Bill 3196 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 824. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 824 by Jones of Harris, relating to the inclusion of civics instructions in public school government curriculum requirements for high school students.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bipartisan put civics back in school bill. I want to thank the bipartisan support of Leo Wilson, Cunningham, LaHood, TCC, and TPR. And Senator Middleton is waiting to carry the ball in the Senate. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 824. This record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. We've all voted. There being 124 ayes, 18 nays, House Bill 824 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1039. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1039 by Morales of Maverick relating to the use of hotel occupancy tax revenue by certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. This is the city of Alpine and Kenny County. Both city councils have, through formal resolution, asked us for the hot tax revenue. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1039. This record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 102 ayes, 39 nays, House Bill 1039 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2529. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2529 by Dean relating to the annual state salary supplement for certain county judges.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, yes, this bill to help county judges take care of some of the state business. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2529. The record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 109 ayes, 32 nays, House Bill 2529 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2713. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2713 by Darby relating to the repeal of a municipal civil service system for firefighters and police officers in certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Darby's bill just seeks to strengthen civil service protection for police officers and firefighters across Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2713. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 133 ayes, 7 nays, House Bill 2713 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4936. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4936 by Curry relating to the creation of the Department of Marketing Services.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dyson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a study on how much Texas state agencies spend on marketing. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4936. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 110 ayes, 32 nays, House Bill 4936 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4995. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4995 by Wilson relating to the carrying of handguns by tactical medical professionals while on duty providing support to tactical units of law enforcement agencies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this will allow our tactical medical personnel, that is basically part of our tactical units like SWAT teams, the opportunity to carry a sidearm in order to protect themselves and their patients. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4995. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 118 ayes, 22 nays, House Bill 4995 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4830. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4830 by Phelan relating to the regulation of service contracts and service contract providers and administrators.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This updates the Service Contract Regulatory Act. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage House Bill 4830. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There be 111 ayes, 31 nays. House Bill 4830 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4864. The clerk will read the bell.
HB number 4864 by Metcalf relating to the eligibility of a person to serve as an arbitrator in a binding arbitration of an appeal of an appraisal review board order.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows the registered professional appraisers serve as binding arbitrators in property tax disputes and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4864. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4864 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5219. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5219 by Martinez, relating to an interim study on water resources development in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this helps evaluate flooding along Region M. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5219. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 100 ayes, 41 nays, House Bill 5219 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5263. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5263 by Guerin, relating to the accessibility of results from the state assessment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Chairman Guerin's bill on state assessments. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5263. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 142 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 5263 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5154. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5154 by Wilson, relating to the reporting of the Joint Admission Medical Program.
The chair recognizes Colonel Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this strengthens and improves the Joint Admission Medical Program. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5154. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 131 ayes, 11 nays, House Bill 5154 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2674. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2674 by Cook, relating to prohibiting the regulation of homeschool programs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2674 reinforces Texas' longstanding commitment to educational freedom and parental rights by prohibiting any increase in regulation of homeschool programs. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2674. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 103 ayes, 41 nays, House Bill 2674 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5525. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5525 by Jones of Harris, relating to parole guidelines and procedures for inmates convicted of an offense committed when younger than 18 years of age.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bipartisan youthful offender parole considerations bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5525. The record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Well voted. There being 85 ayes, 58 nays, House Bill 5525 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 529. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 529 by Sparks, relating to the entitlement of certain municipalities to receive tax revenue from certain establishments located near a hotel and convention center project.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the middle and hot tax bill that we talked about yesterday in the Permian Basin. I move adoption.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5529. This record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 108 ayes, 33 nays, Senate Bill 529 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 541. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 541 by Colkhorst, relating to cottage food production operations.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that updates cottage food laws to promote small businesses and reduce unnecessary over-regulation. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 541. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 135 ayes, 5 nays, Senate Bill 541 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, to designate joint sponsors and co-sponsors to SB 2004 as joint authors and co-authors to HB 3962.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading SB 2004. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2004 by King, relating to eligibility of the IndyCar Grand Prix of Arlington for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. This is Chairman Garen's bill that allows Arlington Grand Prix to participate in MERP. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 2004. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 85 ayes, 58 nays, Senate Bill 2004 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1012. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1012 by Colcourse relating to authorizing the sale by the state of Texas of certain real property located in Austin, Texas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This bill authorizes the sale or lease of unused state buildings at Texas State Library and Archives Commission and Health and Human Services Commission. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1012. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 116 ayes, 26 nays, Senate Bill 1012 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2269. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2269 by Perry relating to dispute resolution for and enforcement actions against certain long-term care facilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is SB 2269. Ensures that informal dispute resolutions decisions for nursing facilities are binding on state and prohibited retaliation or duplicate penalties for same violations. Move passage. Cheerio.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 2269. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. There being 111 ayes, 26 nays, Senate Bill 2269 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Lozano because of important business on a motion of Mr. Guillen. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1886. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1886 by Sparks relating to the execution of a search warrant for taking a blood specimen from certain persons in certain intoxication offenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Members, this bill adds Matagorda County to the list of counties exempt from providing full-time lifeguards on public beaches from Memorial Day to Labor Day. Last session, we exempted Brazoria County as it is an unfunded mandate. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1886. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 139 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 1886 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1236. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1236 by Hughes relating to the relationship between pharmacists and pharmacies and health benefit plan issuers or pharmacy benefit managers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
You got a good estimate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the best estimate in the House. This is the bill we passed yesterday that has some protections and minor changes for PBMs. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1236. Record vote. The clerk ring the bell. We've all voted. There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1236 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 693. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 693 by West relating to creating a criminal offense for the use of a notary seal or counterfeit seal on a fraudulent document or instrument.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Across the state, our constituents are losing their homes to deed fraud at an alarming rate. This body studied the issue of deed fraud during the House Committees on Business and interim report. Let me say it again. This body studied the issue during the interim through the Committee on Business and Industry. The legislation before you today comes directly out of their recommendations from their committee report, and it better protects potential victims from the crime of deed fraud. The legislation simply seeks to reduce the crime of deed fraud, improve law enforcement's ability to investigate it, and finally, it strengthens notary public education. During the interim, I spent a lot of time on this bill. I worked closely with stakeholders, including the district attorneys from counties across Texas, the American Association of Notaries, and the Secretary of State's office to carefully craft this piece of legislation. I also worked very closely with my joint author, Representative Schofield, and the Republican caucus is in support of this legislation, okay? This passed unanimously out of the House Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence, and it's an important provision to combat deed fraud. I humbly ask for your support of this very important legislation. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 693. This is record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 29 nays, the motion, SB 693 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 2308. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2308 by Parker, relating to the establishment of a grant program to fund the United States Food and Drug Administrative drug development trials with ibogaine for the purposes of securing an administration's approval as a medication for treatment of opioid use disorder, co-occurring substance use disorder, and any other neurological or mental health conditions for which ibogaine demonstrates efficacy and the administration of that treatment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Texas Ibogaine Initiative bill, and I believe we've got one more person who wants to speak for it.
Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to take some time to thank Representative Harris and Senator Parker for their work on this important piece of legislation. Members, this is a very emotional subject. It's close to my heart. I had several people approach me yesterday after my comments, and they said that it seemed like I was insinuating that the Senate does not support this bill. So let me be very clear. The Senate does indeed support this bill. The Lieutenant Governor supports this bill. 26 members of the Senate voted for the bill, and I want to send a strong message to all veterans in Texas that the Texas House supports this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, to the veterans who are out there struggling, for the mothers, the millions of mothers across the state of Texas who have kids who are addicted to opioids, Texas is coming. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage SB 2308. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Pursuit voting aye. Show Representative Hinojosa voting aye. All members voted. There being 138 ayes, 2 nays, the SB 2308 is finally passed.
Chair lays out House Bill 2486 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2486 by Hefner, relating to certain files maintained by a law enforcement agency regarding certain employees of the agency.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 2486 under Rule 4, Section 32C2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the analysis is substantially and materially misleading, and I want to make sure everybody got a lunch break.
Member, please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2486 till June the 3rd, 2025.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 4862 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4862 by Longoria relating to business organizations.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4862 until today at 6 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4689. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 250. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 250 by Flores relating to municipal annexation of an area adjacent to contiguous or connecting railroad rights of way.
Is Ms. Hickland on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Ms. Hickland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 250 defines railway adjacent areas as contiguous for the purpose of voluntary annexation and exempts them from certain width requirements. The bill passed the House and the Senate last session, and I ask for your support to get it passed again. Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 250. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Show Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. They've all voted. There being 129 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 250 is passed to third reading. Ms. Hickland moves to lay House Bill 4689 on the table. Subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 4520 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4520 by Martinez relating to requirements for loans or grants provided by the Texas Transportation Commission to aviation facilities located in economically disadvantaged counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just waiting for the Senate bill to catch up, and I move to postpone House Bill 4520 to time certain, 8 a.m. Wednesday, May 14th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2225. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1883. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1883 by Betancourt relating to the approval of land use assumptions, capital improvement plans, and impact fees.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1883 is a Senate companion to my bill, House Bill 2225, which we recently passed out of the LRM committee. The Senate made several stakeholder-informed changes, including some requested by cities, two of which are included here. The third will be addressed by a floor amendment. This bill enhances transparency and accountability by extending public notice and disclosure periods, raising the vote threshold for adopting or increasing impact fees to 2/3, and prohibiting fee increases more than once every 3 years. The House bill had a threshold of 3/4 vote and a 5-year freeze. This bill also requires an independent audit before adopting or increasing impact fees. And I have a floor amendment clarifying that. The bill empowers the Attorney General to help current property owners recover unspent impact fees, ensuring these funds go to the folks that now own the land, not past developers, and it removes the good faith exception that lets cities bypass proper notice requirements. Impact fees impact housing costs. They provide unpredictability in our market, and that I do have an amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Buckley.
Sure.
So as I understand, I believe you said this, the House bill limited impact fees to going up every 5 years.
Yeah.
This limits it to every 3 years.
That is correct.
Now, my understanding is that impact fees are there to try and cover the cost of cities extending services to these areas. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's in conjunction with their land use assumption and their comprehensive plans that they devise, yes.
Now, are you aware that costs for all sorts of construction and infrastructure have increased pretty dramatically over the last few years?
Oh, absolutely so. Yes, they sure have.
Are you concerned that your bill may end up preventing cities from being able to have their impact fees keep up with their real costs and
Well,
therefore pass the cost of new development onto existing taxpayers?
Yeah, right now it's unchecked, and so though they have to review them every 5 years, they choose to review them really as needed and sort of runaway increases in certain communities that are making housing less affordable. And so while this bill is provide transparency and predictability for those that want to participate in the housing market and then those that want to enter the housing market.
But it's not going to be more affordable for taxpayers if the city has to assume those costs instead of the developers assuming it, correct?
Well, the developers still assume significant costs when they enter into a project, the impact fees again need to be predictable so that we can have a predictable and affordable housing in Texas.
Okay. I think you and I may have a difference on whether or not we think this will actually lead to affordability, but I understand the interest and share it. I want to also ask just about this new requirement that a political subdivision is going to require 2/3 of the votes of the members of the governing body.
That's correct.
Are you concerned that that might keep some political subdivisions from being able to take action at all?
I think it's a great way to put power back in the hands of the people to make sure that those elected to represent our communities have a threshold before they increase housing costs in a community.
Yeah. But Representative Buckley, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, can we get some order? I'm having trouble hearing.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
So Representative Buckley, if we want to empower the people, the majority, we usually do things by majority decision, not by a supermajority, correct?
Well, the issue on this is basically having folks that want to improve housing and development in an area sort of start a project with certain expectations of cost and having the ball move time after time. And that, in the end, impacts those that are seeking to either develop either commercially or residentially in those developments. So this just says that if it is a compelling interest that the fees are increased, then you should be able to gather 2/3 majority of a governing body to make that decision on behalf of what's best for that city.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Buckley.
All right, I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the amendment.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, we worked with numerous stakeholders on this, and the city's asked for an amendment to make sure that the financial audit could be paid for with the funds collected from the impact fee. This mirrors existing law allowing impact fees to be used for a requirement to hire a consultant to prepare the capital improvements plans, and I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yield.
Thank you. Chairman Buckley, on the amendment that you have before us, the audit, can you tell me what's going to be included in that audit? What information you're going to be collecting and what you plan on doing with that information?
Sure. Well, the goal of the audit is to make certain that a outside party that had not been involved in business with the city takes a look at the impact fees that are collected and how those impact fees are dispersed to make sure that the promises made through those impact fees are promises kept. And I believe that occurs in most of our communities, but this is simply another safeguard to protect taxpayers and landowners.
And that information,
homeowners.
and that information, Chairman Buckley, will include the amount that was collected.
Yes.
From that municipality. Would it tell us if I'm a representative in Georgetown or whatever other municipality, what that fee is and the total number of impact fees that were collected in that subdivision in a given area?
Yes, it talks about the amount of funds collected from any impact fee imposed by the political subdivision in the service area and the amount of interest accumulated under Section 395.025 on impact fees collected by the political subdivision and any proposed capital improvements, facility expansions to be financed from that impact fee collected by that political subdivision in that particular service area. And seven, I guess, and five other provisions in there. But it's just to make sure that when the impact fees are imposed, that the money is spent on what they were intended to be spent on.
Yeah, so in other words, if I'm a developer and I'm a part of this service area and the city says I'm going to build these roads or the water infrastructure or whatever it may be, the cities, municipalities should spend it in that area and not on a park on the other side of town.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so you want to protect the building community from the deal that they made and ensure that they are being protected and that their money is spent within a proximity of that development that they're building.
Yeah, I want to make sure that those that invest in providing housing and other development, and we impose fees on them, that what those fees are intended to do actually end up being done.
I think that it's super valuable information. I'm glad you added this audit. Is this going to be service area municipality by municipality? Is this information going to be made available to us, the representatives of the state of Texas, so that we understand what our own cities are doing?
Yes, absolutely. 30 days before the publication of the notice required and the adoption of an order as required under this section.
So as a whole, as this bill impacts, I think this is the first time that we're actually asking for an audit.
Yes, sir.
And I know I have heard this information from the building community, and it is concerning to me that any city, it doesn't matter what part of the state you're in, would not be transparent in sharing, what that fee is and how they are using those. And sometimes I believe that it's hearsay. It should not be hearsay.
Well, yeah, an audit is and the way that the provision in here for the audit is someone that is certainly an impartial third party that will look at what transpired and can then report back under all the different sections of the provision.
If we were to look at this audit and then ensure that if I wanted to know what they're doing in Salado as compared to Georgetown, would this audit give us a broad enough perspective as legislators to be able to understand what's happening around our state and not just in my own city?
I would think so. That as those audit results are made public, that you could certainly make comparisons about how your communities are doing, and I could look at mine and see kind of where we stack up.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I could add an amendment to your amendment that would specify that this audit should also be a collection of that information so that we could share it with the legislature. Would you be open to me adding an amendment to your amendment while I'll lay out my other amendment and adding to this audit?
So that the audit would require that the information is shared with the legislature? Is that
as it's collected, whether it be Texas A&M, TTI, the Department of Transportation? I'm not sure who's going to what's going to happen with the information gathered in the audit. And my request would be, I want to know what's happening in Fort Worth.
Yeah.
When my building community tells me that the money isn't being spent, I want to know that they're doing it right.
Yeah. Well,
I want to know when they're raising fees, how often they've raised them.
Yeah.
And that way, there's no more ambiguity, there's no more gray area, and I think that your audit would be a great way to get there.
Yeah, and please remember that this audit, an audit provision, there must be a public hearing on those audits before any more impact fees are raised. So there's significant transparency.
Yeah. So what I'm asking is, would you be open to the idea that information from the audit then be transferred to the state, so that we can be a repository of that information and the transparency that you're asking for?
Yeah, well, let me take a look at you. I haven't seen that amendment. I haven't seen any of your amendments. but
I
I'd have
haven't
to look at
drafted it. It's just something that when you told me about this audit provision that you were going to add.
I'll be happy to take a look at it with you.
So could we just pull down your amendment just long enough to us to figure out how to write that up?
Pull down the amendment?
Just your amendment, so that I can add an amendment to your amendment, and we can proceed to the next amendment while that's discussed. Would that be possible?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
If we can do it in a timely manner.
Thank you, Chairman.
The amendment is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1883 until 2:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Dr. Buckley moves to lay House Bill 2225 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to draw your attention to the East Gallery. We have with us today several members of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Incorporated as their legislative day today here at the Texas Capitol. The mission of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women is to advocate on behalf of black women and girls to promote leadership development and gender equity in the areas of health, education, and economic empowerment. And their vision is to see black women and girls live in a world where socioeconomic inequity does not exist. I would say I had a wonderful visit this morning with several members of this group from my district who came to my office, and we talked about a wide array of issues before the legislature today. I'm so happy that they're spending a day here at the Texas Capitol advocating on important issues. Welcome to your Texas Capitol, your Texas House of Representatives. Please stand.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers for recognition.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say welcome to your state capitol. Thank you for stopping by my office as well, and thank you for your advocacy and all you do at home and across the region. Thank you so very much.
The chair lays out House Bill 168 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 168 by Rosenthal, relating to the age at which a person in this state may marry.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope I can have your attention. I am almost overcome to lay out this bill today. So House Bill 168 is one of the most important pieces of legislation I've ever filed. It might be the biggest thing I've ever tried to do in my life. And so I would really appreciate having your attention. I would really appreciate a little grace from you as I lay this out, because I have some stuff I want to tell you this. House Bill 168 aims to finally end child marriage in Texas. It's an issue I feel very passionately about, and so I hope to have your attention. So before we talk about the issue, I want to clarify what child marriage is and what it is not. Members, 18 years of age is the legal age to marry in this state. So child marriage is any marriage where one or both parties is under the age of 18. It seems simple. Most folks I've talked with about this, including a lot of members on this House floor, have been under the false impression that children under 18 can legally marry in Texas if they have their parents' permission. That is not true. It's just not the case. The law in Texas was changed in 2017 by our own Ms. T, Sanfernia Thompson, along with Senator Larry Taylor, and they made the age 18, and the only exception to that are minors who are 16 or 17 who have been legally emancipated from their families. That means they have been removed from the legal guardianship of their families. Parental permission is no longer a legal basis for a child to marry in this state. I've talked to many of you individually about this over the last few weeks. Most of you already know I brought this bill originally to protect our Texas children from a loophole in the law that allows trafficking of these kids. And that is certainly still my goal. We have a few instances a year where 40 to 50-year-old men are marrying 16 to 17-year-old girls in the state of Texas. I hope that's something we can all agree must be ended. And that's why I was, at the beginning, originally open to amending this bill to allow the exception if we close the age gap, or the restriction on the age gap. We've been calling that affectionately, calling a horrible thing the Romeo and Juliet exception, which would allow a 16 or 17-year-old to marry if their age was close in range. But that was before I laid the bill out in committee, and I heard the testimony of survivors and advocates and the providers who work directly with the marriage survivors, child marriage survivors, and so they convinced me to try my very best to pass this bill without taking that exception. So I understand some members may have difficulty voting for this without that exception. I get it. But I feel strongly, and here's why. Child marriage disproportionately impacts young girls. The practice of adults marrying children is a violation of a child's right, no matter if they're girls or boys. But we're going to talk mostly about girls because that's who this mostly affects. From 2009 to 2019, over 10,000 child marriages took place in Texas. 90% of those marriages were an adult marrying a child. An analysis from 2002 showed that 70 to 80% of those marriages involving minors ended in divorce. Now, that data is difficult to get, and that was 20 years ago. Based on studies that I've seen since then, I believe that number is much higher. Research conducted in 2021 by the University of North Dakota interviewed women across the United States who are married at an average age of 16. All the participants reported violence in their marriage. Every single one reported violence in their marriage. Also, a majority of participants' spouses abused the children. Participants reported suicidal ideation and a desire to self-harm, along with engaging in substance and alcohol abuse. All participants reported eventually divorcing their spouse. Every single one of these marriages ended in divorce. They universally found the process painful, and it was part of a cycle. Respondents discussed how their own parents were abusive in their marriages or how their families had a history of child marriage. Tahiri Justice Center Forced Marriage Initiative have been serving survivors of forced marriage and child marriage since 2011. The following is their data from 2011 to 2021 showing these realities for survivors of child marriage. 63% reported threats of physical violence. 63% reported threats. 43% reported violence actually occurred. I want you to pay special attention to what I'm about to say. 15% reported being trafficked, but for children in Texas, that number is 20%. So let this sink in. We talk about numbers a lot. I'm very data-driven. 20% of child marriage survivors in Texas reported being trafficked. What that means in real life is that these girls were trafficked by their husbands. Only 52% reached out for help when they were still minors. The rest endured for years before even learning they had the right to seek services to help them. During committee testimony, survivors of child marriage described their experiences with abuse and trauma from their marriage. They talked about how the adults in their lives failed them, leaving them vulnerable to the pain that they endured. Many survivors of child marriage talked about how they felt pressured to stay in abusive relationships, often because the families were supportive of the marriage and wanted to see the relationship succeed. Many talked about how local law enforcement and the legal community would not take seriously the complaints of abuse from a married minor. They felt trapped and helpless, and that is why so many considered suicide and even attempted to take their own lives. Members, child marriage is too dangerous to be permitted. The practice should be ended completely in Texas with no exceptions to abuse or exploit. House Bill 168 will accomplish this. It will remove the current exception for emancipated minors, and it will allow for marriages with minors to be considered void in Texas regardless of their emancipation status. Just to be clear, members, it is already illegal for minors who are not emancipated to be married in Texas, and those unions are already considered void. I'm merely closing the loophole relating to emancipated minors. I do have an amendment. I'm not going to call it perfecting because humans are flawed. I'm flawed. We're flawed. The process is flawed. But I do believe this amendment will improve the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
Representative, I want to thank you. I think you've got a good bill. I just wanted to express a concern and an incongruency. In Texas, The legal age for consent for sexual relations is 17 years old, and you're going to limit marriage to 18-year-olds, and there's obviously an incongruency there, and I just wanted to point it out because I get and a very laudable goal, and I would be voting for the bill, but I just think that should be congruency between the legal age of sexual consent and marriage, and I just wanted to point that out.
So I appreciate your concern, and thank you very much for the question. The legal age to marry in the state is already 18. So given that the age of consent is 17, that incongruency already exists. I'm not seeking to change that. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rosenthal.
Mr. Rosenthal to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is actually pretty simple, and it was a concern that was raised by a couple of members as well as survivors. This amendment will allow a basis for seeking support. So if a minor is married and the marriage is voided and the minor wishes to seek spousal support like they would in the case of a normal marriage being divorced by legal action, this allows for that to happen. So if these young girls end up separated from marriage, separated from their means of support, that they have a way to at least seek temporary support in the marriage. And the amendment obviously acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
Thank
Gentleman
you.
yields.
I just want to have a little bit of clarity because there's a little bit of confusion. So there is no Romeo and Juliet clause, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. But let's say that in the state of Texas, two 17-year-olds find themselves pregnant. In the state of Texas, we have common law marriage, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And so with common law marriage, they do get to benefit from something very similar to marriage without costly divorces or putting someone in a situation that they couldn't technically afford to get out of. Correct?
I believe that's correct, but you're stepping onto ground that is not my area of expertise, so I'll defer to the legal experts.
Yes. So we do have common law marriage in the state of Texas.
So you're saying that's already allowed for two minors who are 17 years old? Is that the law now?
Yes. That is correct.
And it's a civil union? Is it recognized by the
It
state?
is recognized as a civil union.
Okay, I don't know that this changes anything about that area of law.
It does.
So the bill, to be clear, prohibits the issuing of a marriage license, and you're talking about a union that does not include that.
Correct. I think there's just some concerns that in a Romeo and Juliet relationship, that this would stop them from being able to legally get married, but if they really wanted to, they could still live in civil union and be acknowledged as married.
I believe that's correct. They could be acknowledged in a civil union. I'll just stop there. I think you're correct.
Yes, I think this is a great bill.
Thank you.
I do.
Mr. Speaker,
Can I adopt the amendment? Are we on the amendment? Are we still
For
on
what
the
purpose?
I'll wait. Thank you.
I move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Rosenthal sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against House Bill 168? Hearing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to close on the bill.
Just say that. I'm not willing to pass it with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for your attention, members. I move passage of the bill.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 168. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting nay. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting nay. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Have all voted. There being 83 ayes, 51 nays, House Bill 168 is passed to third reading, or passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 3892 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3892 by Bell of Montgomery relating to county regulation of subdivision setbacks.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain the bill.
Clean up language, move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3892. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting nay. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. There being 50 ayes, 88 nays, House Bill 3892 fails to pass. The chair lays out HJR 218 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HJR number 218 by Y. Davis of Dallas, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the use of money from the Texas Energy Fund for energy efficiency projects conducted to benefit retail electric customers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this fund we passed in 2023 to create funds available to deal with our transmission issues. HJR 218 only is moving a portion of that money over. This resolution is to allow us to use some of that money for consumers to deal with transmission issues so that they can also be part of the solution as we try to address and stabilize our electoral energy efficiency projects. So this is all we're doing is right now, initially it was $5 billion in this fund. I think we put another $5 billion in it this year. We're only moving some to allow for consumers to access these funds as they try to address the energy efficiencies at their residence or in their community. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. A record vote is required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Show Colonel Wilson voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all voted. Have all voted. There being 74 ayes, 67 nays. HJR 218 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 4921 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4921 by Y. Davis of Dallas relating to restrictions on the use of state funds to benefit private entities that outsource jobs to foreign countries.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4921 until 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 14th. We're working on an amendment.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 5623 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5623 by Y. Davis of Dallas relating to the provision of loans and grants from the Texas Energy Fund for certain energy efficiency projects.
Chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is the legislation that sets out how House Bill 5623, how we will move these funds and allow the PUC to set up rules so that these funds can be used by consumers. It gives the Public Utility Commission authority to provide the grants from the Energy Fund to support energy efficiency projects within the community, that consumers can access these funds for these kinds of programs. It's simply moving money over, as we discussed earlier, in the HJR. This is just a mechanism to allow that to happen. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5623. Is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all voted. There being 66 ayes, 75 nays, House Bill 5623 fails to pass to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible until 5 p.m. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2545. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2545 by Gerdes relating to the establishment of the Rural Workforce Training Grant Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2545 seeks to create a workforce training grant program to help develop high-quality workforce in our rural counties, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2545. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 102 ayes, 38 nays, House Bill 2545 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1883 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1883 by Betancourt relating to the approval of land use assumptions, capital improvement plans, and impact fees.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1883 provides certainty for the cost of housing into the future and provides predictability for those investing in our communities to bring housing costs down. And I believe there's an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, we worked with stakeholders to make sure that the funds collected from impact fees can be used to perform the audits required in the bill, and I move adoption.
The following amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply states that the audit information will be added to the political subdivision's internet website, and it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Romero sends up an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close on the amendment as amended.
Move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the amendment.
I've got this on. Okay, members, I do want you to understand this amendment because I don't believe that this one will be acceptable to the author, so I want you to understand it. If you are a municipal, your city, and you determine that you need to increase your impact fees, let's say as an example, you decide that you want to increase those fees 5%. Your council, after working with their local developers may say, hey, we can't absorb a 5% increase right now. Can you help us out and stagger that increase? For sake of round numbers, let's say that it's actually 6%. And what this would allow you to do, what this amendment would allow your city to do, is increase that 2% per year rather than just flat out 6%. I think that this is a really reasonable approach that more cities should take rather than the abrupt change that may be too difficult for your development community to absorb. I will tell you that there are cities around our state that in working with their development community, this is the approach that they took. Rather than one time, large amount, let's work our way in. And currently, as the bill is written, if your city, as mine does, Fort Worth, Charlie, Nicole, if our city has already had this kind of agreement, what this amendment says is that if it's already in agreement and we've staggered it, that staggered approach should be allowed and should not be dissolved. Move adoption.
Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, though I appreciate the conversation with Representative Romero. I know he's has experience in these areas, and I certainly value his opinion and his friendship on this. However, the amendment sort of misses the mark of what we need to do, is that's to provide predictability going forward so we can have affordable housing and great developments in Texas, and therefore I respectfully will oppose this amendment.
Mr. Romero to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would argue that this actually helps you with affordability. Because if you don't allow your cities to stagger their increase, if they need 10%, they're just going to say tomorrow it's 10%, guys. Not, I'll start with 3 and then 3 and then 4. This allows more flexibility. You're going to force cities to go to the highest rate every single 3 years. And so if you really care about affordability and your cities are likely to increase their impact fees, and some of you serve on natural resources with me, water infrastructure is getting very expensive. Roads are getting more expensive.
And our taxpayers are paying attention. That we're passing the buck. Not to those Californians moving into Texas, but to us Texans that are already here. We're billing Texans that are already here to welcome people that are moving to our state. And we're burdening them. This is a real simple amendment. I hope you were listening. It just simply says, let me work with the development community to stagger the approach. Move passage. Adoption.
Mr. Romero sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting nay. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Show Mr. King voting nay. Show Ms. Fairley voting nay. Show Mr. De Ayala voting nay. All voted. There being 61 ayes, 75 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Buckley, this bill came through my committee, and I first want to thank you for working with our cities on this bill. I've heard back from my own city, so I appreciate your diligence and your thoughtfulness in working with them. There's a part in the bill that scares me, frankly. And a lot of these zoning bills had this language in it, and it's the part at the end that authorizes the Attorney General to bring suit against, on behalf of property owners, to contest an impact fee or to recover a refund for an impact fee. Is that, after all your amendments, is that still in the bill?
That is, yes, that is in the bill.
Okay. I'd like to understand what is the liability or what are the grounds for this liability? Like, what would the Attorney General bring the lawsuit for in particular?
I believe it would be for not living up or performing what was intended with the assessment of the impact fees, and making sure that that those that purchase in those areas have the services and such that they require, and since they've spent so much on their homes and building their businesses.
Okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a little hoarse. I'll speak louder. Sorry.
Okay. So, for instance, there is a requirement, or at least, and I'm not quite sure what changes, how the changes you made impact what's in the original bill, but in the original bill it says you now need a 2/3 vote of the membership of the governing body. So say you didn't get 2/3 vote, then the developer would have, then the Attorney General would be able to.
No.
Is that what you mean?
No, I mean,
Okay.
if you think about it, it can simply help a property owner recover unspent impact fees after 10 years, making sure that it goes to those who now own the land. If you think about when you look at the cost of a development and a home as an individual, that impact fee is built into the cost, and there's an expectation of what you will receive for that. And so this just allows, if they're unspent after 10 years, then the owner of the property can recover those fees.
Oh, I see. So it's, the liability is for the impact fees not being spent.
That's, and it goes to
guess-
people who now own the land at that time, 10 years down the road, not for the developers. It's those owners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where an impact fee, so the impact fee has to be used for the actual services, is that right?
Yeah, it's spelled out in statute of what is required when you assess an impact fee. The list of things you can and cannot do with those funds.
I see. Okay. And so, and does your bill change what you can do with those funds?
It does not.
It does not.
It
Okay,
simply
so
provides
that's-
more transparency and more predictability of impact fee increases, and then some remedies for landowners.
Okay, I got it.
All
Thank
right.
you. Appreciate
All
it.
right. Thank you very much. Members, I move passage.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know that this issue, a lot of people like to clown me over it and laugh at me and say, why are you such a nerd when it comes to these types of zoning or planning issues? It's because I love my city. I love the city of Fort Worth that Charlie Guerin and Nicole Collier and I share. And I was lucky enough to serve and chair the City of Fort Worth Planning Commission before ever coming here. And I was also lucky enough to serve on the Zoning Commission, which the City of Fort Worth and San Antonio are the only two cities in our state that have a separate Planning and Zoning Commission. We also had a impact fee subcommittee, in which I was fortunate enough to chair. And when I served on the Planning Commission in Fort Worth in the early 2000s, it was one of the fastest times of growth for our city. The Walsh Ranch, which Charlie Guerin represents, came into our city as the largest ever concept plan that Texas had ever seen. 35 square miles, one planned development. And the city of Fort Worth has been planning to provide water and wastewater and roads for a piece of property that's virtually almost 20 miles outside the city limits. And there's other bills that y'all are going to hear about how development community is getting away from their obligations. And when you think about the words impact fees, I want you to think about those words and dissect them. It is, what is your development's impact on the city? And it should be, what is your development's impact on the taxpayers, our residents? We all know that roads are becoming more expensive. And we all know that water and wastewater is becoming way more expensive. In El Paso County, they have providing water for themselves because there isn't water in El Paso. Their new water facility in 2019 was about $80 million, and we heard in Natural Resources, now that it's completed, it cost almost $250 million. We can't sit here and tell our constituents that we're lowering their taxes when this bill raises their taxes. But you're supporting builders and you're supporting housing affordability. So that's what you're doing. You're providing a lower cost house for some builders that don't want to play by the rules that this legislature set. Local 395 of the local government code, very few of us have ever read it, because it's way too heady. But if you'd spend some time on it, you'd understand that this is how we make sure that growth pays for growth. This is how we talk about sustainability. If members from Collin County raise their hand, and in Collin County, the roads are there before the development gets there. And in some places where you don't have a fair and adequate impact fee program, you're building the roads after the development's already there, causing construction log jams. And some people move to your cities and say, I got sold a bill of goods, like what happens in the north part of Fort Worth, because we didn't change our impact fees fast enough. Members, I know this is difficult and you don't want to vote against arguably some of your friends, but you can't take this vote. Yeah, vote your district, Ms. T. Vote for your constituents. You can't take this vote and tell me that you're not having a negative impact on your district, because you're tying the hands when water projects and road projects go up 20% a year, year over year. You're going to tell your cities, I'm going to give you no way to recover those. But yet we also tie the hands of your city and say that if you meet subdivision rules and regs, you have to approve the subdivision. You cannot say no. So sure, the developer builds the infrastructure within his neighborhood that he's building, and thank you, builders, for doing that. Thank you for building quality roads and ensuring that trash pickup can happen. But the problem is we have to build that connector street to get there, and we have to build the infrastructure in our water plants to get there as well. So members, I beg you to not ignore this vote. There are times when our votes are nonpartisan, and they're all about our constituents. And I want you to hear me. This one really is about your constituents. And this really is about keeping their taxes lower and not having somebody else, or not asking your citizens, your constituents, to subsidize somebody else's profits.
Dr. Buckley to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 1883. Passage to third reading. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 75 ayes, 62 nays, Senate Bill 1883 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller for a notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, pursuant to Rule 7, Section 37C, I hereby give notice that I intend in at least 1 hour's time to move to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 3892 was defeated.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez for a notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Pursuant to Rule 7, Section 37C, I hereby give notice that I intend in at least 1 hour's time to move to reconsider the vote by which HB 5623 was defeated.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2587. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2587 by Olcott relating to an annual report on certain uncompensated hospital care costs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Olcott for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2587 until today at 4 o'clock.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Please excuse Representatives Canales, Craddock, Curry, Gomez, Harris Davila, Hefner, LaHood, Little, C. Morales of Harris, E. Morales of Maverick, Patterson, Paul, and Perez to attend a meeting of the Committee on Transportation on a motion of Mr. Bernal. Any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 2625 on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2625 by De Ayala relating to prohibited local regulations regarding certain late night and overnight deliveries to food service establishments.
The chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, as much as I love House Bill 2625 that promotes freedom, liberty, and fair markets, I move to postpone this bill until July 4th, 2025.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5520. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5520 by Gomez relating to border protection and economic development services programs and other measures, including establishing an educational center and programs.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 5520 until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 15th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5436. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5436 by Bella Kaufman relating to an exception to the titling requirement for certain motor vehicles, creating a criminal offense, providing for a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5436 closes a dangerous loophole in the sale of salvaged vehicles in Texas. Currently, only licensed used automobile parts recyclers are permitted to dismantle vehicles, but they can only purchase those without proper titles. HB 5436 addresses this loophole by reinforcing responsible recycling practices, reducing opportunities for illegal activity, and protecting both public safety and law-abiding businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5436. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. We've all voted. There being 126 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 5436 passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4926. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4926 by Wharton relating to authorizing certain counties to impose a hotel occupancy tax and the use of revenue from that tax.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wharton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4926 authorizes Grimes County to impose a hotel occupancy tax. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4926. As record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 87 ayes, 39 nays, House Bill 4926 is passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1573. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1573 by Jones of Dallas relating to a school district policy regarding custodian workloads.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jones to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bipartisan bill that will help address the shortages and high turnovers of custodians working hard to keep a clean and healthy learning environments in our Texas public and charter schools. This bill is important to me because my grandfather was a custodian until he was unable to work. He worked hard cleaning spaces, doing the work that others frowned on. He did it with pride. He did it with excellence. House Bill 1573 requires school district boards to adopt benchmarks for maximum square footage assigned to a property equipped for custodians during a standard workday. Thank you to my joint authors, Chairman Buckley, Vice Chair Bernal, Representative Dutton, and Representative Hernandez. Let's support our hardworking support staff and vote yes on this bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1573. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 60 ayes, 65 nays, House Bill 1573 fails to pass. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5165. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5165 by Landgraf relating to the use of municipal hotel occupancy tax revenue in certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This local bill adjusts authorized uses for existing hot revenue in Monahans, Texas. It doesn't create any new taxes, just changes the purpose for which they can be spent. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5165. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Ms. Cole voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all voted? There being 93 ayes, 31 nays, House Bill 5165 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4811. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4811 by Cole relating to the eligibility of the South by Southwest Conference and festivals for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain the bill.
Thank you, Member Speaker. This bill would allow South by Southwest to simply be eligible for the Major Events Reimbursement Program. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4811. This record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Ms. Cole voting aye. Have all voted? There being 63 ayes, 56 nays, House Bill 4811 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5081. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5081 by Leach relating to the protection of personal identifying information of certain persons in the judicial system, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 5081 till today at 5 p.m.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 854 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 854 by Garcia Hernandez relating to payment of the replacement cost of lost or damaged property under a homeowner's, renter's, or condominium owner's insurance policy.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the anti-TARP town bill we passed yesterday, ensuring that Texans get the benefits they're paying for through insurance coverage of their property. Thank you to Representative Matt Morgan and his office for their help, insight, and support of this bill. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 854. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. I'm sorry, final passage of 854. Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all voted? There being 88 ayes, 33 nays, House Bill 854 is finally passed. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4755. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4755 by Lopez Cameron relating to the authority of certain municipalities to authorize and finance certain venue projects and to use municipal hotel occupancy tax revenue for certain of those projects, authorizing the imposition of a tax.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 4755 is tailored to promote tourism and economic activity in San Benito.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rodriguez Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentle lady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Representative. You said this is for municipalities with a population not more than 25,000. And so what is an example? Is it San Bernardino?
San Benito.
San Pedro? Is that the only community?
It's tailored for San Benito, the city of San Benito.
Okay. And what kind of projects are they planning to do with this bill? It appears to be there's going to be a convention center constructed.
So this will allow for the city of San Benito to take this to the voters for them to decide if they would like to use the hotel tax for a convention center.
Okay. And currently, where do they celebrate the different cultural events that they have?
They have a small community building.
Okay. And the community has asked for a larger convention center?
That will be up to the community to decide.
And are they anticipating, because I think it's great bringing tourism to Texas, are they anticipating other like larger organizations or concerts? Where do they usually do that?
The city of San Benito is great at hosting many, many events, so I think that this is going to help promote the economic activity in San Benito.
Wonderful. And in your conversations with different community members who wanted this bill, is there a specific artist or something that we could look forward to that's going to be coming to this convention center once and if the community approves of it?
You can look at the Cultural Museum of Arts and see what kind of music that the City of San Benito has, but there's also a website as well that you can look at the great things that San Benito does.
And what is the nearest other convention center that in this community people typically use when they're looking for larger venues to host different events?
Different cities have their own convention centers.
And how far is the closest one from this convention center that's being proposed in this specific area?
This is specific to San Benito, to the residents of San Benito.
Right, but how far do they have to travel if there is a larger convention center? Is there a distance that they have to travel that's pretty far if they want to have an entertainer at a larger venue? Like, where is the nearest convention center? Is it fairly far away from here, from this space?
I would not be able to tell you how close or how far they are.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 4755. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Well voted. There being 96 ayes, 27 nays, House Bill 4755 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3179. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3179 by Verdell relating to the authority of certain counties to impose a hotel occupancy tax.
Chair recognizes Mr. Verdell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a hot tax for Mason County, and I have an amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the gentleman member yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield for questions.
Mr. Verdell, your bill talks about the Llano River. Where is the Llano River?
That begins in Telegraph, Texas, and runs all the way into the Colorado River around Kingsland, Texas.
And what about the James River?
James River is intersected in Mason County.
Mason County. Does the James River intersect the Llano River anywhere else other than Mason County?
Just Mason County.
Okay. Mr. Verdell, another colleague wanted to ask, have you voted for any of the other members' hot tax bills?
I'm not sure.
Have you voted against every single other member's hot tax bill?
No, I have not voted against every hot tax bill.
Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 3179 under Rule 8, Section 10 of the House Rules on the grounds that it creates an impermissible artificial device for a bracket.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. Mr. Vidal, you may continue. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Verdell.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vidal to explain the amendment.
This amendment just adds Rockwell County onto the bill. Move for passage.
Mr. Vidal sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Vidal to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the representative yield for a question?
Will
Yes,
the gentleman
ma'am, I will
yield-
yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
So Representative Verdell, you're trying to raise some money for your community.
Yes, ma'am.
Will they be trying to do a gun buyback program with that money?
No, ma'am, not in Mason, Texas. Good question, though.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I move for passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3179. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting nay. You've all voted. There being 65 ayes, 54 nays, House Bill 3179 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4310. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4310 by Vasut, relating to a special right of access under the public information law for a member of a governing board.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you know, as legislators, we have a special right of access to state information under 552008 of the Government Code. This bill simply extends that same concept to all of our boards and commissions and councils across the state. So if you're a city council member, under this bill, you have a right to get access to city information. If you're a county commissioner, you have a right to get access to county information, and so on. And that includes confidential information as long as you sign an NDA. So on that basis, it's a good bill to ensure that our local government entities and those governing those have access to all the information they need to do a good job. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4310. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 126 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4310 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4611. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4611 by Slauson, relating to mutual consent voluntary adoption registries.
Chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill just seeks to streamline the application process and eliminate barriers for individuals that are applying to a mutual consent adoption registry. Creates the option for the application to be submitted electronically through an online portal, and I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slauson.
Chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to explain the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment gets rid of the application fee for all individuals who apply, and it significantly lowers the fiscal note. It's agreed upon language of DISHIS, and I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Sweener, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a
Will the
question?
lady yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
Lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Slauson. Just trying to get the amendment to pop up on the screen. You've got it? Yeah, if you don't mind. Could you walk us through how the amendment affects the bill again?
Yes, it's removing the application fee so that it lowers the cost for these individuals who are applying to be on the registry, and it also lowers the cost for the agencies that would otherwise be using an online payment processing portal.
Okay, thank you so much, Representative Slauson.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Ms. Slauson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Campos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
This amendment expedites the adoption process. It requires DISHIS to provide paternity registry results within 10 business days. This amendment is acceptable to the author, and I want to thank Representative Slauson for working with me. I greatly appreciate it. I move adoption.
Ms. Campos sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4611. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 123 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4611 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2159. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2159 by Gomez, relating to the capacity of a minor to consent to certain treatment for the minor or the minor's child.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the amendment, or for a motion.
Just kidding. She's here. Want me to postpone it? Okay. She had committee, but she's back. We're still going to postpone. So, Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2159 until today at 3:45 p.m.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4626. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 617. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 617 by Schwertner, relating to hearing and public notice requirements regarding the convention by a municipality of certain properties to house homeless individuals.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 617 requires a public hearing and a notice of the public hearing before the conversion of a property to permanently house homeless individuals.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a few questions?
Will the lady yield for questions? Lady
Yes,
yields.
sir.
Thank you, Representative. I was just reading over your bill, and I think on the surface it makes a lot of sense. From what I'm reading, you're trying to do transparency. If we're going to do this is my complication with the bill and my hesitation with supporting it.
Yeah,
and if you could maybe reassure me on it, is we all know we want to do something to help our unhoused neighbors, right? And it's a challenge when you're trying to build shelters in communities, because while we all want to do that, it's one of those things that people want it to happen, but somewhere not near them, it seems to be the case. So I'm just worried about the practicality of not just this type of transaction, what your bill deals with, but in all business transactions, sometimes the balance between public and then the privacy to make sure the transaction get done, that the value of these things don't spike or the opposite. So can you reassure us why this won't stop us from solving Governor Abbott's desires and my desires, and I think everyone here's desires, to solve our challenges with unhoused community members?
Yes. Yeah, I'm happy to, and you'll have to forgive me. I just ran out from committee, so
No worries.
still trying to catch my breath. But this bill would in no way prohibit converting a hotel or something similar into permanent housing for homeless individuals. All it's requiring is a notice or public hearing 90 days before the conversion starts, and then a 36-hour notice given to everyone within a mile of that area. And so again, there's no prohibition. This is after they've already bought the property, after all of that's been taken care of. And I think a big part of it is making sure that the community knows what's coming and they can prepare to provide what's necessary to everyone who is going to be housed in that permanent residence. And I think, you know, one of the local examples that you and I know about, there was concern over that permanent housing being 25 minutes walking distance to the nearest grocery store, that it would be hard for those residents to have access if they didn't own a vehicle. And I think even some of the bus routes, there was even concern about that, about mobility for these individuals that we're trying to make sure, you know, get the best chance at life, get a brand new start in this housing facility, and then hopefully will go on to own homes of their own in the future.
So I just heard you say the city can buy the property, the city can make this plan. This is just a notification hearing, or it?
Just a notification. So 90 days before the conversion starts, they have to have a public hearing. So again, just hearing from everybody, and then 36 hours notice given before that hearing starts.
And so this wouldn't impact the city's ability to move forward with the project?
No, it wouldn't. It's just giving the community the opportunity to be heard.
All right. Thank you, Representative.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
would the representative yield for some questions?
Will the lady
will.
yield for questions?
Thank you,
The lady yields.
Representative. So I agree with Representative Busey about the need for balance and the need for transparency, but also the need for housing for our homeless population. Would you agree that cities are bearing the brunt of addressing homelessness?
Yes, and I'm glad you brought this up because one of the reasons, again, we want to make sure the community in this area where this permanent housing would be able to provide the needed resources. But in one example I'm aware of, it's actually become a large burden on the city. The city has spent $250,000 converting one hotel room, an entire hotel facility, turning this into permanent housing. So yes, it can be a big burden. So that's why I want to make sure that there's community input so that we make sure we're taking the best care of these individuals that we can.
Can you explain why this bill is necessary at the state level rather than allowing the local elected officials who are closest to their communities to decide how to manage homelessness in their jurisdiction?
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, we already have a lot of notices like this in state law, even with regards to our individuals who are homeless. And so this is following that to make sure, again, that our community knows what's coming and that they can all work together. Again, with this one of these examples, the nearest grocery store is within 25 minutes walking. And so if you can imagine, if there's a local food bank that's nearby, they probably should be involved in these discussions, but they may not even know that this permanent housing facility is being converted and set up in their community. So it makes sure that everyone in the community that can provide these resources are all on the same page.
Well, oftentimes it seems like when you do bring a community into the conversation, they say, oh, not here, too far from the grocery store, if people have to walk, we don't have the services here. So sometimes it becomes impossible to locate them because no location seems ideal. We're looking for perfection. And so I guess my concern is that by allowing the community this notice, while I agree with allowing the community to know what's happening in their community, I just worry that for particular types of development, like something that will be housing our homeless community, there's going to be pushback against it being in our neighborhood, right? Would this bill have the practical effect of discouraging cities from even trying to create housing solutions for vulnerable people due to the added bureaucracy and the legal risk?
It really shouldn't. Again, we have similar notices like this, and I have a whole list of notices that are required in our Texas local government code in many instances where you're making a change to the community and you want to make sure that everybody in the community is on board with that change. Again, even when it regards our individuals that are homeless. And so we're just following that example. And I'll add that nothing in this bill will prohibit a city from doing projects like these. All we're requiring is a 90-day notice before they start the conversion of turning a building into a permanent housing facility. And so I think it's reasonable, and again, I think it's necessary to make sure that everybody in the community is on board and knows what resources that project is going to need when it's fulfilled.
So does this bill give more voice to property owners and businesses within a mile than to the homeless individuals themselves who often have no voice in where they're placed or how they're treated?
This is a public hearing, and it's, again, 90 days before, but that public hearing, it's in the word, public. Anyone in the public can come to that hearing. It's not just limited to those that are within a mile radius. The only reason those are mentioned is because they will receive a 36-hour notice before the public hearing to make sure that the most impacted by this project, will be able to have the best notice to be there. But again, it's a public hearing. Anyone in the public is available to be there. And I would imagine that for these cities, they would want those individuals to be there to make sure their voices are heard too.
Let's look at the example that you gave. When the city was contemplating buying the hotel to convert it into a homeless shelter, I would imagine people who are unhoused had no idea about that. So how in the world would they know to respond to a public hearing?
The city would be working on buying these properties. They would be in conversations with the nonprofits that are going to help them with these projects. And so those nonprofits would have the ability to give a notice to the people that they're helping every day. Most of these nonprofits, here in the city of Austin, provide meals every day, for example, to these individuals. And so I know that they have the best interest of these individuals at heart, and they would make sure that their voice is heard in these examples.
Well, that sounds very sweet, but again, snake on the floor.
Happens.
Sorry. Have any unhoused individuals or service providers been consulted in the crafting of this bill?
I am not aware, not off the top of my head. I'm not aware off the top of my head.
I mean, again, I think that the idea of having them come to a public forum is great.
Yeah.
I don't think that's very realistic. And so I think that we are going to be missing out on the voices of our unhoused population. And it would be really unfortunate if your bill, if it becomes law, leads to less sheltering of our unhoused population.
Well, thank you. The intent is just to give notice. It is definitely not to prohibit any of these projects, and it wouldn't. This only happens after a city has already started this project, has already bought the property. It only allows the hearing once they're turning that into a permanent housing facility.
Well, I hope that you are correct with your intent. Thank you, Representative.
I am. Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Lowe voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Kerwin voting aye. There being 86 ayes and 47 nays, Senate Bill 617 passes to third reading. Please excuse Mr. Lopez of Bear because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. Cortez. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Tenderholt, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
During the budget debate, a lot of amendments were moved as a batch. Do the rules allow for a batch of bills to be moved to, say, 10 a.m. tomorrow?
Not without suspending the rules, Mr. Tenderholt.
So if, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
So if there was a motion made to say move 10, 12, 20 bills to 10 a.m. tomorrow, it is allowed within the rules, but we would have to just suspend the rules.
You would have to suspend the rules.
And how, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
We would have to get that suspension done through the Speaker, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Harris-Davila moves to lay House Bill 4626 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3637. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3637 by Chalks Clare, relating to the authority of a county commissioner's court to adopt an exemption from ad valorem taxation by each taxing unit that taxes the property of the portion of the appraised value of a person's property that is attributable to the installation in or on the property of certain water conservation systems.
Ms. Chalks Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As you all know, we are in a drought. This is a very simple and excellent bill that would incentivize the installation of rainwater collection by allowing county governments to exclude the value of those systems from total taxable value. I worked with my joint authors, Representative Zwiener and Representative Isaac, on this bill, and we passed Representative Zwiener's constitutional amendment already this week. So I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Ms. Isaac voting aye. Ms. Zwiener voting aye. Ms. Troxclair voting aye. Ms. Kerwin voting aye. Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 94 ayes and 42 nays. House Bill 3637 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3153. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3153 by Kerwin, relating to hiring and employment requirements for persons in direct contact with children at certain facilities.
Ms. Kerwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the main goal of HB 3153 is to protect our children no matter what their situation. Under current law, we require background checks for those working with our youth in secure facilities. Okay. This leaves our unsecure facilities like group homes, homeless shelters, residential treatment facilities, and other non-secure detention facilities. Members, these children are just as vulnerable and valuable as the ones in secure facilities. Why do we not afford them the same protections? I urge you to pass HB 3153 today and correct this error and protect these already suffering and vulnerable children. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kerwin.
Ms. Kerwin on the amendment.
You can ask questions on this if you're not comfortable. Oh, no, I am. On the amendment?
Amendment number 3153 on page 2, line 7, strike in federal. On page 3, line 3, strike at a minimum and substitute to the extent possible. On page 3, line 27 through page 4, strike an allegation of. Move adoption.
Ms. Kerwin sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Ms. Kerwin back on the bill. Ms. Harris-Davola, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I will leave, yes, for questions.
She yields for questions.
Where do you sit on the House floor?
Desk 81.
Which is where?
Right behind you.
Yes, ma'am, it is. And you were telling me something the other day. When did you have town halls? How often did you have town halls?
Oh, I love my town halls. The first Saturday of every month from 10 to 12.
And how long have you been doing this? Once a month, every month?
Every month.
For how long?
Well, since I was elected, but then I've always done them when I was with city and county government.
Okay, well, I really admire your hard work. And I also just want to say thank you for all the wisdom and advice that you pass along from right behind me. Welcome to the House.
Oh, thank you, Rep.
Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
But does the gentlelady yield?
Does gentlelady yield?
For questions.
She yields for questions.
So close. We almost got you.
You almost, yeah.
So how many years or terms have you served in elected office?
Let's see, 4, 2, 5, 8.
So not your first rodeo.
Not my first rodeo, but my first rodeo on state level.
Okay. And how's it going so far?
I absolutely love it.
Oh,
having a ball. Well, I've met so many great people, all of you.
Is that your favorite part?
Excuse me?
Is that your favorite part of serving in the House?
Well, and watching how you can make a difference in state government for our state. So many good things are happening. So that's been really rewarding. I would say both of those things right now.
So, in addition to your public service, one of your many other jobs is being a mom, right?
Most important job in the world, yes.
Yeah. And how many children do you have?
3 daughters.
And which one is your favorite?
You're not advised.
Well, no, I actually have an answer to that because a lot of people ask me, and I just say it depends on the day.
Well, many of us have gotten to know one of your daughters personally, Brooke Rollins. She is not only taller than you, but also just as soon as you were elected to this state government, she went and got herself put in the federal administration. So just constantly trying to overshadow you. Is that correct?
Yeah, and she always does.
She's
so
doing a great
awesome.
job, and you're making her proud, and I'm sure she's making you proud as well.
Oh, thank you, Rep.
Mr. Leo Wilson, for what purpose?
Would the gentle lady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, for questions.
She yields for questions.
Helen, you and I have something in common. We have 3 daughters. But you were a struggling single mom, so you have my greatest admiration for all that you have accomplished. What do you think is harder, judging horses for 4-H or being a house member?
Oh, I thought you were going to say being a mother. Well, you know, they both have their challenges. Judging horses was really difficult, and especially with the kids and the competitors. But this has been a challenge, learning all the different layers of getting across the finish line, so to speak.
Helen, welcome to the House.
Thank you, Rep. Move passage.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Gentlelady yield for questions.
Yes, I will leave.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. Who sits directly in front of you?
In front of me?
And behind you, directly behind you.
You sit behind me.
Isn't it true that sometimes you fail to check me in when I'm late?
Oh. You know, I will never let that happen again. I'm so sorry.
Isn't it also true that you brought a whole gang of your constituents down to the Texas State Capitol?
I did, in 2 buses. I have the best supporters. Yeah,
Isn't
awesome.
it true that you had them sleep deprived as well? Did you not sleep deprive those same constituents that helped elect you to office that you serve in today?
Absolutely.
Did you keep?
I wouldn't let them take naps or.
But didn't you keep many of them up way past their bedtime?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you have a hearing in the House Committee on Environmental Regulation?
Till 4:30 in the morning.
Exactly.
It was awesome.
And didn't many of those people, they were hard-working ranchers and farmers?
They were. They were just terrific. But they are so passionate about this bill. And I just got to say, the hearing, is Brooks here? Brooks was the chair, and it was the most awesome hearing. He did an excellent job. They were all so impressed.
Now, isn't it true that that same hearing, you gave us like a whole thesaurus, a whole 10 binders full of information that you made us read? Didn't you haze the members of the Environmental Regulation Committee? Is that true or not? Tell the truth now. Did you not give stacks of information for us to read on the to the committee?
We rolled all our material in a suitcase.
Well, I want you to know that you have been such a pleasure to have on the House floor. Thank you for being my neighbor, and congratulations on your first bill. Welcome to the House.
Thank you.
Mr. Davila, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady yields.
Yes, for questions.
I just wanted to ask, how many members did you get to sign on to that same bill that you had heard in committee late that night?
My goal was 76, which was the House majority.
And how many did you get on it?
76.
Way to go. Very proud of you.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Curry voting aye. Have all members voted? Is Mr. Riddell voting aye? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 3153 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3066. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3066 by Leach, relating to the entitlement of certain municipalities to certain tax revenue associated with hotel and convention center projects.
Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3066 until today at 5 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2786. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2786 by Turner, relating to the frequency with which an appraisal district is required to reappraise property for ad valorem tax purposes.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Texas taxpayers deserve a property tax system that's fair, consistent, and accountable, regardless of where they live. This bill ensures that fairness by requiring annual reappraisals in large counties with elected appraisal boards, something most of your districts already do.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
would
Guerin,
the gentleman
for what
yield for a
purpose?
question?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I do.
He yields for questions.
Mr. Turner, are you aware that there are 18 school districts in Tarrant County?
I am.
And of those 18, only 4 are in compliance with the comptroller's value study because we haven't appraised for the last 2 years and won't be appraising again for another year?
That's correct, that multiple districts in our county are basically failing the property value study as a result.
Are you aware that I represent a district that has hired a bankruptcy attorney if we don't make that change?
I am. I believe that's the Castleberry Independent School District.
It is, Mr. Turner. I mean, your bill's a really good bill. We just happen to have we have an appraisal board that has decided not to appraise but every 3 years. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And it is state law. I'm not mistaken, but state law requires all properties to be appraised at fair market value on January 1st of each year. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir. Title 1 of the Property Tax Code, Section 23.01, says, except as otherwise provided by this chapter, all taxable property is appraised as market value as of January 1st.
Mr. Turner, thank you for bringing this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Guerin. I appreciate you being a joint author on this bill. And I'm going to make a couple other points. If you represent one of the more than 200 counties in this state with fewer than 75,000 residents, this bill does not apply to your county. You are bracketed out of this bill. And if you represent one of the 50 counties with populations of 75,000 or more, your appraisal district is very most likely already doing this because this is best practice. It is state law, as Mr. Guerin just pointed out. Most districts are already doing this. There's just a couple of inconsistencies we're trying to address with this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to yield for questions.
He yields for questions.
Chairman Turner, my understanding is that your bill has been brought in response to action taken by the Tarrant Appraisal District's Board of Directors that were recently, at least in part, elected. Isn't that right?
Well, my bill has been brought in response to concerns I have heard from my school districts in Tarrant County, the ones I represent, that the actions of the appraisal district are in fact threatening their state funding because of the property value study implications that we just discussed with Mr. Guerin.
Chairman Turner, that may be a little bit complicated for certain people in the room or back home in Tarrant County. My understanding is that in response to rapidly climbing property values, particularly on homeowners, the Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors has decided to reappraise properties that are homesteads every third year instead of every single year. And it sounds to me like the complaint of the school districts is they are not growing the tax base fast enough on the backs of the homeowners in Tarrant County in order to fund their school districts. Isn't that right?
No. I think that represents a misunderstanding of how the appraisal system works, Mr. Little, respectfully. The appraisal district, the job of the appraisal district under Texas law is to appraise property at its market value. That's what it clearly says in the tax code. It is the job of the taxing jurisdiction, so that is the school district, that is the city, the county, in cases where there's a hospital district, a community college district, a special purpose district, other types of districts, as well as, I would add, the Texas legislature, because of our role in school finance. It is those policymakers' job, those elected policymakers' jobs, to determine tax rates. It is not the job of the appraisal district to do that. And they determine the tax rates. The tax assessor collector then sends out the tax notices. That is our somewhat bifurcated system of how we do property taxes in the state of Texas.
Representative Turner, I'm familiar with the system. I've done property tax litigation over 20 years. I'm
I
familiar
wasn't suggesting you're not.
That's okay. My point is that Tarrant Appraisal District, once they began electing in part their board of directors, decided to reappraise homestead or residential property every third year. This seems to me to be a greatly commendable and important improvement for the people of Texas so that their values are not rapidly climbing as they are everywhere else besides Tarrant Appraisal District. I wonder whether you would accept an amendment to codify in statute that we would reappraise homestead property or residential property across the state every third year.
No, I think that would be contrary to the intent of my bill. What I would point you to, Mr. Little, is data from the Comptroller's office shows that appraised value in multiple counties, including Tarrant County, incidentally, has actually declined from 2023 to 2024. And so when you have a reappraisal plan that does not appraise every year, what you are in fact doing in a down market, which some counties are in, is you are locking homeowners and business owners, for that matter, into a higher appraisal and therefore higher taxes than what they should be paying. And so it is, out of fairness to the taxpayers, we should want the appraisal to be correct so they're not overpaying their taxes and so their schools aren't being short funded on the other end.
Representative Turner, it seems to me that certain board members were elected to the board of Tarrant Appraisal District and decided on a path to reappraise residential property every third year, and the purpose of this bill is to override them. Isn't that right?
I think you represented the facts well. I think that this policy changed after there were some new members elected to the Appraisal District Board. That is true. I think that the actions of the Appraisal District Board, as Mr. Guerin laid out, are inconsistent with existing state law that says all property shall be appraised to its market value as of January 1st each year. There's an inconsistency in the statute. This bill is simply trying to clear up that inconsistency. It is unfair. You represent Denton County, I believe. Is that right, Mr. Little?
That's correct, Representative.
So I would suggest to you, Mr. Little, it is unfair to your constituents to have a policy like this in effect in Tarrant County. Because what happens is when the appraised value declines artificially, I would add, there is a time. Some school districts will fail the property value study, as we discussed. There's a time period before they fail the property value study where they're collecting less revenue at the local level, and the school finance formulas say that the state will backfill that money. So that is your constituents, Mr. Little, backfilling the shortfall in Tarrant County. How is that fair to your constituents? So I would think you would support this bill.
Representative Turner, I understand very well the point that you're making. The point that I want our members and the people in Tarrant County to understand is that if we pass this bill, we will be increasing, by definition, the property tax obligations of every homeowner in the county, almost certainly. And while I understand and appreciate your point about Denton County, I wish Denton County's board of directors at their appraisal district would do the exact same thing Tarrant's did and reappraise every third year. I wish it were the law statewide. I am concerned about what your bill is doing, and I will simply say that I commend the efforts of Tarrant Appraisal District to prevent the rapid onset and rise of property values in that county.
Okay. Well, I would just say that the appraisal process does not determine tax rates. Tax rates are determined by the elected officials in the taxing jurisdiction. Once again, that's the school district, the city, the county, and other special districts, and the state legislature through school finance formulas. Appraisal districts simply do not have a role in that process, so it is unfair to expect of appraisal district board members that they have some obligation to try to go in and affect people's property tax rates, because that is not in their statutory job definition, and it is unfair to put that pressure on them. So with this bill, we're going to take any ambiguity away and take that pressure off of them and put it back where it belongs, which is on the local elected officials in the school board, the city council, the county commissioner's court, and yes, and the state legislature.
Thank you, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Representative Little.
Mr. Versuit, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for some questions.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. You know, as I understand it, the property value study, in order to have an impact on funding, a school district's appraised properties have to be out of line for is it 2 years or 3 years? They have to fail 2 or 3 in a row?
Yeah, that's right. It's a couple cycles. It depends on how much they're out of alignment. So I believe if it's 5 to 10%, then there's a grace period of a couple of years. But if it's more than 10%, even in the first year, then that's an automatic you're automatically going to lose state funding. And that's the situation in one of the school districts Mr. Guerin represents that he was just speaking about. They fell out of alignment on the property value study in year one, and that's why they're facing a budget shortfall of several $1 million and tragically looking at bankruptcy as a result.
I've struggled with this bill. If you don't reappraise every year, it seems to me what will happen is you're going, rather than having kind of a slight uptick over time as appraised values go up, you'll have very large increases, a plateau, very large increase, and a plateau. Am I thinking about that right?
Well, you are. It creates a real sticker shock effect because you might be flat for a couple of years and then you might have a big increase. But conversely, in a down market, you could be appraised at a higher value than what your property is really worth and therefore paying higher taxes. So if this policy were in effect, in every other year or every 3-year appraisal back in 2009, 2010, 2011, when our real estate market was declining, you would have homeowners and business owners paying more taxes than they should because they're being appraised at a much higher value than what their property could sell for in that declining market.
Right, and basically what you're saying is because you're not capturing the market shifts every year, if it's timed incorrectly, you actually may be flat on a year when it should have gone down. Is that right?
That's exactly right.
Okay. What I struggle with is with Representative Little's point, which I think is fair, which is that an elected board of directors, in part, made this decision. And when I look at Section 2518 of the tax code, which is not amended by your bill, but is referenced, and that's really what your bill's getting at, the law already calls for in 2518B that the plan that the appraisal board adopts should provide or shall provide for the following reappraisal activities for all real and personal property in the district at least once every 3 years. And so it seemed to me that what the board looked at was it had authority to go every 3 years with a reappraisal, and that partially elected board thought that was the better public policy for Tarrant County, I guess, in their mind. I mean, is that a fair analysis?
I think that is a very fair analysis, and that's what my bill gets to the heart of. We're trying to address this inconsistency between the part of the code that you just referenced, because that's exactly what it says, and the part of the code I referenced earlier with Mr. Guerin, which is, I don't want to misstate it, Section 23.01 of the tax code that says all taxable property is appraised at market value as of January 1st. Those can be construed to be inconsistent, right. And that's the problem we're trying to solve for here.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to do on your bill, but I appreciate you answering those questions, and I just want to make sure we understood the full lay of the land. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it, Representative Suit. I believe there's some...
Mr. Speaker. Now, for what purpose?
If the gentleman would yield for a few questions.
Gentleman yield for questions?
Of course.
Mr. Turner, do you own a home?
I do.
Have you ever seen your property taxes go down?
Yes, I have.
Okay. By what extent?
I don't know. When we passed the property tax relief 2 years ago, I saw a substantial increase. It was about $1,300 on average.
Okay. And since that relief, have you seen your property taxes go down again?
No.
And that's because every year that they appraise, they always go up. And so I just want to I believe what your tax appraisal board does is laudable, because I'll tell you that every time they appraise my property, your property, there's a new appraisal. I've never seen, other than relief given by this body, I've never seen property taxes go down. And so in addition to that, by what they're doing is also giving the taxpayer a break, saying, you know what, you don't have to come and protest your property taxes. So under this notion, I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to marry the incongruencies. But I would say that now, if you're right, and this passes, the taxpayer has to now go protest every single year. Is that correct?
No, and I disagree with your premise, Mr. Canales. I've had appraisals that have declined year on year. Again, I'll reference 2008 to 2011. That was a down market. Property values declined in that time period across the state, across the country, across the world. Okay, and so it makes no sense to lock someone into a higher property value when markets are declining. So that's the first thing in terms of taxpayer fairness. And nothing in this bill changes the appeal process or the protest process. Nothing does that. But it is not right that we would have an inconsistent system where in Dallas County or in Denton County, all the counties around me appraise every year, and our county doesn't, because again, the root problem we're trying to solve for is its direct impact on public school funding, and that is out of the school district's hands, and it's really out of the appraisal district's hands in a sense, because that is determined by state law. The comptroller is required to do the property value study. If the appraised value is less than what the comptroller says it should be, that data goes to TEA, and TEA has no choice but to claw back state funding. And so then it is our school children that pay the price for these decisions that even the school officials had nothing to do with.
I'll disagree with you. It's always the homeowner that pays the price because we're the ones paying the taxes.
You would disagree there's a shortfall in public schools when they fail the property value study?
You said children pay the price. The homeowners pay the price. Property owners are the ones that pay the price, the actual price. I understand what you're trying to do, but I would tell you that I also think what your appraisal board district is trying to do is laudable in the sense that people don't have to appraise or fight their taxes every single year. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I would vote no on your bill.
Well, Mr. Canales, all right. I think you're misunderstanding the role of the appraisal district board, but all right.
Mr. Morgan, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So I was listening to your debate earlier and just had a question. So is there anything that prevents the Tarrant County Board of Appraisals to actually, if there was a huge drop-off like in 2008, from reversing their process and dropping appraised values?
I don't know. I haven't looked into that with them.
So therefore, if there was something that happened like that, they could potentially do that and give those homeowners that relief that exists.
According to the existing policy, they would not do that. It's every other year. So they'd have to create a brand new policy.
Correct, but since they created this policy, they could create that policy to do the same thing, correct?
Theoretically, I suppose that is possible. I would suggest that it is bad practice to adopt new appraisal policies every time the market changes. There ought to be a consistent policy. I think that's what's best for taxpayers and best for the market.
Well, I will tell you that my constituents are upset that the appraisal value on their homes they feel like we're taxing unrealized gains on their homes, and that it continues to go up, and that the fight is unrealistic for them. In fact, I have done this personally in my county. I brought over 1,500 pages to my appraisal board, and they said they reviewed it within 30 seconds, and that's not right. Now that we have some elected board members, they're actually making changes because they are they have constituents that they report to just like you and I do. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. And I would just say, look, there are some good changes being made. In our subcommittee on property tax appraisals, we have passed out a lot of bills that increase power for the taxpayer, increase transparency in the process. This does not affect any of that. I believe there's some amendments.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by DeRazio.
Mr. DeRazio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand the intent of this bill, and this amendment will make sure that Bexar County will not be impacted. And the amendment is acceptable by the author.
Mr. Speaker,
Garcia, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield for questions.
Yields for questions.
Rep. DeRazio, I'm so glad that your amendment is actually focusing on Bexar County, because that's why I was at the back mic. I wanted to have a conversation with the author about how this bill would impact Bexar County. Can you just explain to me why we need this carve out for Bexar County?
Well, Bexar County, on the current appraisals members, passed unanimously 9-0 that any time an individual protests their taxes, that tax appraisal is locked in for 2 years. So their appraisal will not go up for 2 years. There were so many people complaining because we were having to fight those appraisals every year, and they would reappraise at a higher rate. This locks it in. They don't have to protest it. They don't have to go through all the documentation. They would have to normally go through every year.
And how did they come up with the decision to do this biennial program?
Well, it was Bob Bruce was one of the individuals that was elected to the board, and he floated this idea to the rest of the members. and the rest of the members loved it, and that's why we had a 9-0 unanimous vote.
Thank you so much, Rep. DeRazio. I know that a big issue in my district, and I'm sure we all share that same sentiment, is that we have a lot of senior citizens. Our senior citizens are having a very difficult time not only navigating a new world of technology, but it's so overwhelming to get a appraisal at the end of the year, have to figure out how to fight it and how to fight against it, and then by the time they're figuring out how much they actually owe on their taxes, they're already getting hit with another appraisal for the very next year. And this is something that has been an extreme stress and very overwhelming for a lot of the residents, particularly our seniors in our district. And so thank you so much, sir, for bringing this to support Bexar County.
Well, thank you, Rep. Garcia.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage. Oh, sorry, adoption.
DeRazio, Sons of Amendment, it is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lowe.
Mr. Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of the Lowe amendment under Rule 11, Section 3, and that it changes the original purpose of the bill.
Bring your point of order down front. Is Mr. Harris on the floor of the House?
Is Mr. Lowe on the floor of the House? The point of order is withdrawn. The amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Schatzline in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to make this very brief. This bill is an effort to appease school board members. If you are in favor of lowering property taxes and not raising property taxes, and if you are in favor of fighting for the taxpayer, you're going to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Little in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think it's important to understand what you're about to vote on. Recently, Tarrant Appraisal District did something that, to my knowledge, in the state of Texas was unprecedented. Their elected board of directors decided, as a matter of policy, to reappraise residential homestead property every third year. This bill will prevent that in Tarrant, and it will prevent it in your district. If your elected board of directors of your appraisal district decide that they want to implement the same plan and not reappraise your house or your voters' houses every single year, they will be barred by this bill. Let me say that again. If you vote for this bill, everyone who votes for you will have their residential homestead values climb every single year as a matter of course. Thank you.
Mr. Harrison in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is so incredibly misguided. Our local government officials should have the ability, as they currently have under state law, to determine for themselves whether they do these appraisals every 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. I actually did fully support the amendment by David Lowe, and am profoundly disappointed to see that it was the objection to it was sustained, which would have actually required it to go to 3 years, because our homeowners, not only are they already being taxed out of their homes, they need stability, and they need, quite frankly, we need as a state more transparency on the people that are actually increasing their taxes, which is the local taxing entities, because what's happening is appraised values are going up every year. The taxing entities are able to lower the tax rate and therefore pretend to be lowering the tax burden when in fact, because they're lowering the rate but not enough, they are effectively increasing taxes year over year. So we should be creating more stability in the system. We should be giving the control to our local governments to have longer intervals between the assessments, and we should be creating more transparency on who is the actual proximate cause of our taxpayers' property tax bills going up every year. This bill does the opposite of all of those things.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Canales, for what
Would the
purpose?
gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
When you
Gentleman yields.
say more stability,
Yeah.
that means not having to go protest your taxes every single year. Is that correct?
I actually think it's on both sides, absolutely. But it also would be more a stability for the local governments. They would know what that number is, because right now what determines people's property taxes is assessed value times the rate equals the yield. It would give more stability to the taxing entities, but to the individuals, the hardworking men and women of the state of Texas, they should not have to go make an annual pilgrimage to beg for mercy from their local appraisal districts every year like they're having to do right now.
And so this is the first time ever that there's an elected portion of the body, the appraisal district, and in this county, they actually moved to give people this reprieve for 3 years. And so what we're looking at doing right now is saying for the first time ever that an elected body has representation, we're going to strip them of it.
Yeah, isn't that really interesting, Representative Canales, that right after this legislature gave the people more democratic power to have their voice heard and their voice represented on the appraisal districts, the very next session the body is apparently, if we pass this thing, going to turn around and strip that power from the locally elected officials that we just empowered 2 years ago.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner to close on the bill. Mr. Guerin in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The current system, the school districts or the appraisal districts have to stay within a certain percent of the comptroller's values. If not, then school districts are penalized. Also, if you're out of line with the comptroller, at some point, and this has happened in Tarrant County before, you have to make adjustments to those values. And when you make those adjustments, it's a huge increase. This way, it is spread out over the period instead of just one big jump at 3 years, or a much larger jump if the comptroller says you're out and you have to make a correction. And that has happened at least twice since I've been serving here in Tarrant County. I would urge you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Turner to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make a few points to finish this conversation. First off, I want to thank all the members who've given me a few minutes at their desks as I've come by and talked to you about this over the last couple of days and why it's so important for my community, for my school districts. You know, a few weeks ago, we passed out of this House overwhelmingly, nearly unanimously, House Bill 2, which is, I'm confident and optimistic, is still going to pass and become law, which is going to provide much needed funding for our public schools. I want to thank Chairman Buckley for his leadership on that once again. But things like what we're talking about today erode the progress we can and should make with House Bill 2, because our school districts are really the innocent bystander, the innocent victim in all this. They don't set appraisal district policy, but they are bound by state law. And state law says the comptroller will do the property value study, not to mention 3 other value studies, and that data goes to the Texas Education Agency. The TEA has no choice. Again, by state law, they have to claw back funding to our school districts if the comptroller certifies that the appraised values in a given appraisal district are less than what they should be. And that's the problem that I'm trying to solve with this bill. Nothing more and nothing less. And
Mr.
again,
Speaker?
this affects, I'll be happy to yield in a couple minutes, but let me finish my remarks here. You know, Representative DeRazio and Representative Martinez-Fisher and others from the Bexar County delegation brought a really good amendment a few minutes ago that I was happy to accept, because I do hear those of you, Mr. Morgan brought this up, you know, some of these elected board members across the state in our larger counties are making some good policy decisions to help the taxpayer, to benefit the taxpayer. I've looked at the Bexar County policy, and I think it's a good policy. I think it makes sense. And so I don't think our bill touched their policy to begin with, but but I was happy to take the amendment that Mr. D'Orazio had drafted, and he came to see me about on Saturday, which I very much appreciate, him and Mr. LaHood, and talk about, hey, let's make sure this doesn't affect this pro-taxpayer policy that the Bexar County Appraisal District has adopted. So I want to thank them for working with me and bringing me that amendment, and I was proud to put it on the bill. Secondly, let me just say that I want to thank some of the business organizations like Texas Taxpayers Research Association and others who have helped us craft this legislation. This has been done in consultation with the business community and with the Comptroller's Office to make sure we're getting the very, very best policy. Thank you to Chairman Guerin for joint authoring the bill. If you're pro-pub ed, you do not want this happening in your county. And so, additionally, if your county is appraising every year, it is unfair to your taxpayers, to your constituents, that another county is not because of the way the school finance formulas work. So this is a win-win for everybody, and I would ask for your favorable consideration. I'd be happy to yield for questions.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
Yes.
Thank you, and I apologize for the interruption. I thought you were finishing
No, it's
earlier,
okay.
so I apologize. Is it true? I think I heard you mention that you wanted continuity and consistency across the state. Is that kind of part of the reason for this?
That's right, with the important caveat that this only applies to the 50 largest counties, population 75,000 or more. This does not affect smaller counties.
So was Bexar County exempted during this process?
No, it wasn't. Thank you for asking that. They're not exempted, not at all. Bexar County has a policy that I've learned a lot about over the last couple days that says that if a property owner protests their appraisal and they are successful and they achieve a reduction in value, then that reduced value will hold for the following tax year. Okay? And I don't think our bill affected that policy, but the amendment is kind of a belt and suspenders effort to make sure it doesn't, and I'm happy to accept it. I think it's a policy that clearly is working well in Bexar County, and to my knowledge, the school districts in Bexar County have raised none of the concerns that we've heard from school districts in our area.
So a lot of members may not know, we're both from Tarrant County.
Yes.
And I want to mention that I was just talking to the county tax assessor. You made a statement earlier that may have implied that the Tarrant County doesn't do these every year. Tarrant County has indeed done an assessment every year. They just haven't done 2025 yet, and they're not saying they're not going to. They just said they haven't completed it yet. So I wanted to clear that up. Are you aware that they've done one every year?
Well, I know they're sending a notice every year because I got one myself a few weeks ago. But their policy says they reappraise every other year. That is their appraisal plan that I've got here somewhere in this packet, that they appraise every other year for right. Initially, it was going to be every 3 years, and then they made it every other year.
I just wanted to come up and say that I talked to the assessor. He said that they do indeed appraise every year, and he didn't say that 2025 is off the table. So,
okay.
But thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you, Representative.
Ms. Kerwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Are you familiar with Johnson County Central Appraisal?
A little bit.
District and what they did this
A little
last
bit.
year? Well, when I was campaigning, knocking on doors, there were so many citizens in my district that were being taxed out of their homes, seniors moving into RV parks, and unequitable appraisals, that the citizens took the CAD on, and they actually now have 8 CAD board members that have been elected by their citizens and their taxing entities. The taxes got so high, they did a 10% cap on homestead, and they're still going to increase taxes by 10%. We needed relief in District 58. The citizens made the decision to take it on. The CAD board's fully elected now, and at least for the next 3 years, our citizens will get a break on paying their taxes. So
Okay.
I recommend other
Is-
counties looking into this, and it's
Okay.
Question?
I thought you were asking me a question, but let me respond to Representative Kerwin
Okay.
because we had a hearing on one of your bills a few weeks ago, and we had a lot of those members that you're speaking of come up and speak to the committee.
Yes.
Which I very much appreciate. As I told you on that day, I appreciate how engaged your community is in the legislative process and their passion for this issue. and I respect what the good work that are doing in Johnson County. I would just submit to you that when it comes to tax rates and tax burden, and taxes are too high. And that's why this legislature has passed billions of dollars in property tax relief in the last session, which I was proud to support, and will do so again in this session. I'm confident that we're going to do that. But between the legislature, the city council, the commissioners court, the school board, and other taxing jurisdictions, that responsibility rests with them. It is unfair to put that responsibility on appraisal district board members because that is statutorily, that is not their job. That is not their job to do. It's wrong of us to put that pressure on them. It's unfair to them, frankly, and it's unfair to the taxpayers because that kind of allows elected officials to hide the ball and say, well, it's your appraisals. No, it's the people who set the tax rates. It's the people who set the tax rates that determine what people pay in property taxes. And so it is unfair to the taxpayer and frankly to the appraisal district board members to put that heat on them. And this is a way of taking that heat off of them.
I understand that, but for once, it was transparent over all the years that their taxes kept going up and up and up. This will give them a reprieve to get their feet on the ground, stay in their homes, while the county can maybe readdress this in another 2 years. Okay. But they needed that, and they're very thankful for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Gates, for what purpose?
Gentlemen, to yield for a few
Will
questions.
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Okay, I'm trying to catch in between all this. I thought it was under state law you had to do it every year.
Well, Mr. Gates, you're exactly right. You do. Under chapter or section 2301 of the tax code, that is exactly what it says. All property is appraised at market value as of January 1st each year.
Okay,
That's what it says.
When they do it, you said every 3 years?
Every other year.
Every other year. How many counties are doing this?
To my knowledge, just two. Ms. Kerwin's county, Johnson County that we just discussed, and Tarrant County.
Okay, let's assume under the state school funding program, we fund, let's say, $12,000 per student throughout the state of Texas. You with me on that?
Roughly, yeah, right.
And let's say you collect 50% from your local.
Sure.
Then that means the state has to make up that other 50%. In this
Correct.
example, that would be $6,000.
That's correct.
Now, if you don't praise till every other year, then it's possible that you're not collecting as much as you should.
That's right.
You follow me?
Yes.
So then that means the state's going to have to pick up a larger amount. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. So
Wait, here, let me finish the next question.
Sure.
So that extra amount comes from the state, and the state collects their money from every constituent, from every member in this building, don't they?
They sure do.
Through sales tax, franchise tax. So
Yes.
my constituents are having to pay more in sales tax and franchise tax to make up for the fact that you got 1 or 2 counties that are not playing the game the way they should?
Bingo. You hit the nail on the head,
Okay,
Representative
thank you.
Gates. You're exactly right. That was the exact point I was making with Representative Little. So it's unfair to your constituents when this happens. It's unfair to the school districts I
Mr.
represent
Speaker,
when
will
this
the
happens.
gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Of course. Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Guerin earlier spoke and said that this is a way of easing the tax burden on people because it wouldn't lead to one big tax increase every 2 or 3 years. Did he not?
I believe so.
What's
yes.
the point? Why did he say that?
You'd have to ask Mr. Guerin
Well,
why
the
he said
point
it.
is that he's trying to make a point that the tax burden is more about what happens at the appraisal level than
Well,
it is the people that actually set the
There's
rate.
two
Isn't
elements
that correct?
there. There's 2 elements there, Mr. Toth. So one, when market values are increasing, as they do sometimes, then yes, you'll have a really sharp sticker shock.
But
after
at
2
the end
years.
of the day,
But
this is about.
let me-
It's not.
let me
It's
finish-
about. It's about the tax rate.
Let me
isn't it?
finish. Let me finish my answer.
And the fact
Mr.
that they
Toth.
get to hide behind the appraisal districts.
So, Mr. Toth, in a declining market, which some counties in our state are in a declining real estate market right now.
That wasn't
So-
Mr. Guerin's point, though. Mr. Guerin's
Well,
point was that it would ease the burden to
I'm
do
gonna-
this yearly on people, and that they wouldn't see a massive tax increase once every 2 years. And Mr. Turner, we know what's going on here. We know that the people that we elect up to the courts are hiding behind the appraisal districts. They get to say that, hey, your tax rate went down when in fact the effective
You mean the
rate went up.
commissioner's court? Or you said courts?
The courts, commissioners' courts.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understand.
Or
what you're talking
ISDs, or hospital districts, or...
Yes, that's part of my point.
But they're hiding behind these appraisal districts.
Mr. Toth, politicians, whether they're at the local level or here in this chamber, should not blame the appraisal district for the tax rates that the taxing jurisdictions set. The taxing jurisdictions set the tax rates. That's the school district. That's the city. That's the county. That is the legislature indirectly through school finance formulas.
The point,
we set the tax rates, so don't blame the appraisal district for tax rates that the appraisal district has nothing to do with setting.
The point, though, is that if we do this on an annual basis, it enables them to hide behind the appraisal districts, and that's what they're doing right now.
Well, I disagree on that. I think that I think we need to provide clarity and consistency for appraisal districts, which again, more than 90% of them are already doing this. Thank you, members, for the time today. This is about supporting our public schools. This is about consistency and fairness for the taxpayer, and I move passage.
Please excuse Representative Hunter to attend a meeting of the Committee on Calendars on a motion of Mr. Metcalf. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2786. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Show Mr. Schatzline voting nay. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all voted. There being 76 ayes, 52 nays, House Bill 2786 is passed to engrossment. Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Hey, I'd like to make a motion to have all the remarks regarding HB 2786 reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respectfully request that we suspend the rules to postpone the following bills until 10 a.m. tomorrow. 876.
Mr. Tinderholt, we can't do that from the back mic. Please bring your request down front.
Thank you.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB number 5, SB number 266, SB number 499, SB 616, SB 688, SB 771, SB 842, SB 888, SB 985, SB 996, SB 1025, SB 1172, SB 1257, SB 1349, SB 1418, SB 1464, SB 1490, SB 1502, SB 1555, SB 1568, SB 1569, SB 1729, SB 1841, SB 1851, SB 2007, SB 2351, SB 2419, SB 2476, SB 2550, SB 2774, SB 2776, and SCR number 4.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer for a notice.
Hold on. All right, pursuant to Rule 7, Section 37C, I hereby give notice that I intend in at least 1 hour's time to move to reconsider the vote by which HB 1573 was defeated.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2966. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2966 by Meyer, relating to the award of attorney's fees and an action involving the exercise of certain constitutional rights.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2966 would allow for the recovery of reasonable attorney's fees in all Texas Citizens Participation Act cases, including those taken on by attorneys working on a pro bono basis, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2966. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all voted. There being 135 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2966 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 2159 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2159 by Gomez, relating to the capacity of a minor to consent to certain treatment for the minor or the minor's child.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is my honor to present House Bill 2159. I want to begin by thanking my co-author, Chairman Richard Hayes, and all the work that we did in his committee to get this far. 2159 would address a gap that we've created in our healthcare system that allows consent and affects our younger parents. Currently, minor parents can consent to the medical, dental, psychological, and surgical care of their own children and not for themselves. 2159 would allow minor parents with physical custody of their children to consent to their own health care. By aligning a minor parent's ability to care for themselves with the responsibility they already hold for their child, 2159 empowers them and eases the strain on families and support systems. Again, I'm grateful for Chairman Hayes to come up here for his thoughtful engagement and collaboration in getting us this far, which has helped us elevate the conversation surrounding this devastating loophole that we have in our code in child health care. I'm so grateful for the unanimous passage it received in the Judiciary and Civil Prudence and Jurisprudence Committee. And again, I'm honored to have you as a joint author. I appreciate your partnership and all time and consideration you've given this. If you'd like to say anything? Mr. Speaker, I move passage. Thank
Question
you,
occurs
members.
on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2159. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye and Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all voted. There being 116 ayes, 17 nays, House Bill 2159 is passed to engrossment. The chair leaves out House Bill 2587 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2587 by Olcott, relating to an annual report on certain uncompensated hospital care costs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Olcott to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members. On House Bill 2587 under Rule 11, Section 2.
Please bring your point of order down front. Point of order is withdrawn. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB number 206, HB number 517, HB number 2756, HB number 3204, HCR number 66, HJR number 2.
Please excuse Representatives Gerdes and Romero to attend a meeting of the Committee on Calendars on a motion of Mr. Lujan. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Olcott, you may continue your layout.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, Mr. Dean. Members, House Bill 2587 is simply a codification of Governor Abbott's Executive Order GA 46, issued in August of last year. The bill would require the Health and Human Services Commission to provide a report to the legislature, us, each year on the cost of care in Texas hospitals for people in this country unlawfully. Members, I have a clarifying amendment to ensure the definitions and language of the bill is in line with what HHSC and hospitals are currently doing.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rodriguez Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Representative Olcott. I have a couple of questions on your bill. On page 2 of your bill, it references the intake form.
Yes, the patient intake form?
Yes, sir. And it
Yes, ma'am.
says the intake form will have a question regarding the patient's citizenship or immigration status to determine if the patient is a person not lawfully present. Who is going to make that determination?
Well, the way it's currently doing, the hospitals have actually not necessarily taken the exact same approach in different hospitals, which is one reason why we're trying to put this in law, so that HHSC can come up with a uniform manner in which to do that.
A uniform manner in where they're going to determine the immigration status of an individual with a varied type of immigration pathways. How are they supposed to make this or simplify it? Because you could be DACA, you could be an asylee, you could be a refugee, you could be a temporary visitor, you could be a permanent resident, you could be a person in the process of citizenship. How is that supposed to be easily understood when somebody's taking somebody in an emergency?
Sure. Thank you for your question, Representative Rodriguez Ramos. Just keep in mind that this bill does not mandate that the hospitals become immigration officials to where have to actually sort that out in precise manner. It's basically a simple term: are you in this country lawfully, or are you not? So it's not something that I believe needs to be defined, but I think it would be good if we could have a uniform message, which is, I think, is one reason why HHSC, I've had long conversations with them, why I think they would like this to be codified, because I think it's going to make it more simple for them to actually provide uniform statute.
Well, and I think that's the issue, that it's not simple. It's not simple to determine if somebody's here not lawfully present or present. I think there's a unfortunate oversimplification of the immigration process when you're looking at this. And the truth is, I mean, we look at what's happening now nationwide, right? Where they're identifying people saying they're not lawfully present, and they're actually deporting U.S. citizens or individuals who are on student visas or what have you. And so when you look and you compare what's happening at the federal level, and these are the experts, these are the immigration experts that are committing errors and human rights violations nationwide, it's very easy to make that connection here that you're going to be lumping a lot of people within this category, when the reality is they don't necessarily apply to this category. So what kind of training will individuals have to be able to make this identification?
Representative Rodriguez Ramos, as I said, there's nothing in this bill, in this legislation once passed, that's going to require hospitals to become immigration officials. It's actually it's quite simple. It's been done since November of this last year. It's been done in Florida for at least 1 or 2 years, and I'm not aware of any problems with this. It's actually in my opinion, you're overcomplicating it.
Well, not at all, sir. So if it's been done in hospitals, and who is the one in the hospitals making those determinations now of somebody's individual immigration status?
As far as I know, no one is actually, not an individual. It's actually on the patient intake form. So basically, the hospital has a patient intake form that when the people are in there, and actually that's part of my layout too that I think maybe be good to get to right now. So on the form, it simply asks when they're filling out the form when they come to visit, and a lot of times it's actually after they've already received care, depending on the emergency situation. But what they're two things. One is they're asked about their immigration status, along with probably some other questions that have nothing to do with immigration. But number two, and most importantly for everyone in this chamber to understand, is that this legislation requires that patient intake form to have a statement. This is very important. That says that the answer to the question when they fill that out in regard to their immigration status will not affect their medical care, and that's very important. In addition, it also reports shared with HHSC cannot contain any personally identifiable information to protect the identity of the people there. So, and as you probably well know, I don't think you've been hearing these stories of people been rounded up in hospitals ever since our governor instituted this executive order.
So there is, I used to work with in a college, and there was a lot of students that were young adults who'd come to the college, and I'd ask them for information, and they were unaware of their own immigration status. Are you aware that that's going to be, additionally, the information that you will be receiving is going to be it's not going to be accurate or valid, because there are people who do not know their immigration status, who do not know that they're here without status or what their status is. You do understand that that's going to skew these numbers that are collected through this process.
I think that's one reason why, if you see how it's laid out in the bill, whether they're lawfully present or not, I would think the vast majority of people know whether they're lawfully present or not, Representative.
And a lot of people do not know. As part of this process, there's a lot of immigrant rights groups and individual groups who really highlight the contributions of individuals, immigrants and individuals with unlawful status. Is part of this, part of that bigger picture to really highlight their contributions, the undocumented immigrants' contributions to the tax base?
That's not the purpose of this legislation, but you're always offered, you're welcome to offer similar legislation to do something like this and looking at the benefits. I know there's a number of organizations out there that actually look at that and look at the net cost of immigration. I know the Federation for American Immigration Reform does that. They look at the average net gain, whether the tax is sales tax or whatever, and then how much they're actually taking out of the system. That's not the purpose of this study. We're focused and honed in on how much does it cost hospitals here in Texas to provide care to people that are here unlawfully. It's very simple.
Well, and when that information is finally collected, whether it's likely going to be invalid or not actually reliable data, and we'll use it to compare that, were you aware that undocumented Texans paid nearly $5 billion in state and local taxes in 2022? Okay.
That may be true, but that's really not what this bill addresses.
Well, and I'm sure that this bill, whatever information it does gather, that we could put toward that information. And when we're looking at the grand picture, have you considered that undocumented Texans also contributed over $700 million more to the Texas economy than they received in services?
I'm not advised on those numbers.
And in this bill, we talk about the uncompensated care, but do you know if undocumented immigrants pay taxes?
Yes, they do pay sales tax.
What other kind of taxes do they pay?
I'm going to stick to this bill. This bill has nothing to do with taxes provided by illegal immigrants.
Yes, sir. We're talking about uncompensated care, and I imagine these are hospital visits to the emergency room. And, for example, I pay my property taxes. We were just talking about property taxes. There's a line for the medical Parkland Hospital that we pay taxes for. And we do know that just because you're an undocumented immigrant doesn't mean you're barred from paying those taxes. So whether you're an undocumented immigrant that rents a property or owns a home, you still have to pay those property taxes that go to Parkland. So are we going to calculate, are we taking into account that they too are contributing to those hospital expenses? And will that play a part in any of your calculations in terms of uncompensated care? Or let me say, would you accept an amendment that includes that information in your report, that we're able to identify these undocumented immigrants? Let's say we identify there's 300, but we calculate that those 300 have to live somewhere within the vicinity. And in that vicinity, the average rent is XYZ. And those renters pay this amount in property taxes that go to your local hospital district. So if they're using $2,000 in medical services, they're paying $4,000 in property taxes. Is that going to be anywhere in your calculation?
Representative Rodriguez Ramos, once again, I think you're overcomplicating this. This is very simple. Of course, you're welcome to introduce legislation that looks into that, but this bill simply focuses on how much does it cost hospitals to provide care to people that are not here illegally. And so you bring up some interesting points, but it's not really relevant. You could make it relevant, but this bill is confined to that simple thing that the governor, through an executive order, did back in August.
Well, and I think it is completely relevant because it's unfortunate that with some information like this, we are misleading the public, essentially continuing to lie to the public by not providing them the full story. When we're talking about uncompensated care, you were mistaken in saying that undocumented immigrants only pay sales taxes. It's unfortunate that you didn't recognize that they also pay property taxes, and within those property taxes, they are paying for the health care that we all receive and many times that they don't access. So when we're asking for this type of information without providing the holistic picture, we are completely continuing to mislead our public about the true benefits of this community, and it's unfortunate that we continue to perpetuate this great lie. Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
I rise to raise a point of order against House Bill 2587 under Rule 8, Section 1.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Guerin for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today is Taco Tuesday in the Members Lounge for purchase.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
please admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 334, Ordaz, sponsor Blanco, relating to the establishment of a county employee family leave pool program. HB 554, Leo Wilson, sponsor Middleton, relating to the sale of fireworks on and before the Juneteenth holiday. HB 1109, Van Dever, sponsor Hall, relating to an exemption from certain motor fuel taxes for counties in this state. HB 2081, Busey, sponsor Menendez, relating to the establishment of the Building Better Futures program to support educational and occupational skills training, opportunities, and support services for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities at public and private institutions of higher education. HB 3809, Darby, sponsor Schwertner, relating to the removal of battery energy storage facilities, committee substitute. SB 510,
Mr. Martinez Fisher raises a point of order against further consideration of CSHB 2587 under Rule 8, Section 1A1, on the grounds that the caption of the bill fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the bill. The caption states that the bill relates to an annual report on the financial impact on hospitals for providing certain uncompensated care. The bill's requirements are solely concerned with the collection and reporting of information related to persons who are not lawfully present in this country. The bill's caption does not give notice that its provisions are concerned solely with this single, discrete class of persons and the related duties imposed on patients and hospitals. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained.